Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, welcome at IFRI for this conference on post-war Europe and our reflection on how to redefine the security architecture within a new transatlantic framework. I would not speak a lot. I am here to welcome you on this conference, and I would like to send you the apologies of Thomas Gomard, who was planning to introduce this conference, but he was not available and is really sorry. A few words on this topic. The war in Ukraine, you know, that is a game changer with questions on to the post-Cold War project of united converging Euro-Atlantic space. And the settlement of the war in Ukraine will reshape the European security architecture along new lines. A new European security architecture has to be built, but the question is, will this happen with or without the European community? The US president and the president of the Russian Federation have to begin new negotiations on the settlement of the war. And the question is, will Ukraine be part of this negotiation? Will Europe be part of this negotiation? And we saw the last 3 months that President Trump is in a deal with Ukraine. You have all this image in your mind of Zelensky in DC at the end of February. And we have to ask us a few questions on Russia. I will not speak about the topics of today, USA and Europe, but I would like to say a few words on Russia. In this context, let's not forget Russia's objective, which in Ukraine are not those of territorial gains, but of regaining sovereignty in its post-Soviet periphery. And it is really, really important for us because in the Moscow's view, the West is solely responsible for the disastrous state of this relation with Moscow. For Moscow, contemporary Western cohesion has been limited mainly to the Ukraine crisis and has ultimately proved ephemeral, while the world is rapidly evolving towards a new polycentric system in which the United States and European Union will constitute two distinct centers of power. The Kremlin's different attitude towards various European and transatlantic institutions are not identical. Without surprise, you know that in the case of NATO, European Union, Council of Europe, they are generally negative. With the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, they are generally positive despite some reservation. But since December in Malta, you know that there is a serious skepticism in Moscow with this format. How can we build this new European security architecture? What will the European do with this demand of Zelensky, this call for a force of 2,000 soldiers? What will Germany do? What will Poland do? What will France do in regard of these nuclear weapons? And what will UK do? It is some question that will be discussed today in this format. And we have to say a few words on the NATO conference summit in The Hague in a few weeks. What will be decided in this summit? A few words on this project. This project was launched end of 2023, and I would like to thank you, Maurice from IFRI, who led this project for our side. And there is a lot of think tanks in Europe. I would like to say a few words on this think tank. Germany with EOP, BIX, Spain with CEDOP, Belgium with Egmont, Poland with KEW, Austria with OIP, and Slovakia with SFPA. There was a lot of workshops, Vienna, Bratislava, Berlin, Brussels, and next week in Barcelona, and two public events with the public events of today. The first one last year in Paris at the IFRI, and we are glad to welcome you today for this second public event. And finally, in November, the final events will provide the opportunity to present the deliverable of the policy recommendation. We are grateful for the support of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation in Brussels for the organization of today's conference. And we will have at the end of the event a closing remark from Mr. Michael Link. And I would like to thank you for coming in Paris and for the discussion with Isabelle Lasserre at the end of the conference. The discussion will be divided into two topics of discussion around experts, around actors and think tankers from Europe and the US. And once again, welcome at IFRI, and I would like to call the first panelist to come on the... Yeah, please. There is no name, sorry, but you can come and to sit here, Frederick. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this first panel that we have for today. Thank you also on behalf of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, everyone, for joining us. And in this first discussion, we will discuss the impact of the new Trump administration on the further course of the war in Ukraine and the implications for Europe. My name is Jeroen Dobber. I work for the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. I'm responsible for our global security hub in Brussels. That's also where I'm based. And I will be the moderator for today's session. And with this panel, this first panel, we want to analyze the policy shift of the US that we've seen in recent weeks, mainly the implications for Ukraine, but also for Europe in a broader sense, so for the rest of Europe, now that we have Trump 2 in power. I suppose we have all seen the barrage of announcements that came from the White House in recent weeks. So we'll try to make sense of that also really on the ground in Ukraine for the peace negotiations that are going on, the security guarantee that is also being negotiated by several countries, also in different constellations, but also, as I mentioned, the consequences for Europe in a broader sense, Europe as a whole. So what to expect from the US disengagement in European security? What has been the response so far, and what do we think of that? What actions are needed for Europe to step up its role? What are the obstacles there, and also what are the opportunities that we see? So a lot of ground to cover. We have about an hour and a half, but I'm sure we'll manage. Unfortunately, we have a stellar panel to discuss these questions with. With us today, we have Ronja Campin on the far side, who is a research fellow at the Europe Department of the Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik. Then we have Jan Techau, who is a director at the director of Europe at the Eurasia Group. Bart Laurent, retired Brigadier General and formerly the EU Military Staff Head of Operations. And then next to me, Frédéric Petit, French Member of Parliament, who's done a great deal of work on everything related to Ukraine and Franco-German relations. So in a very relevant position on this panel today. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining. The way we'll structure the debate is that we'll have a first round of short opening statements from all the speakers. After that, I'll take the opportunity to ask a few follow-up questions, but then I would like to open the floor as soon as possible and let you join this conversation. You're warmly encouraged to do so. Please keep your questions brief so that we can also get as many of them answered as possible throughout the session. Like I said, we have until about 12:30, so I'll try to wrap up shortly before, but you will hear about that. So on that note, let's get on with it. I would like to invite to start off Frédéric, if you could give us an opening statement and your analysis of the situation that we find ourselves in Europe, but also in Ukraine, from a French point of view.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. It's very important. I will come back. This kind of moment are very important, especially in this time. I will come back on that. I have 5 minutes. Thank you. To analyze my point of view, it's not exactly a French point of view, as a lot of you know. I'm elected by the diaspora. I am living since decades in Krakow, and I am representing French people living abroad in Germany, Central Europe, and Balkan. Then my view is a French view, but a French view from abroad. The first word I would like to propose for what happened with in the world now and what is crystallized with the election of Trump is the word diversion, détournement in French. For me, it's very important because what I'm feeling is that we are losing sense. And it's not the beginning, but we are losing sense. And now, since the election of Trump, I have the feeling that there is a strategy behind that. And that's what is worrying me. To answer very concrete on the question I have to answer today, you cannot make an architecture without sense, without knowing what you are building. You cannot make a cathedral without having the plan, having what you want to construct. And we are now missing, maybe some are destroying what we call sense. I am a Democrat. Sense is very important. There is no way for me even to become a politic without constructed, worked on a day basis, the sense of what I am doing. I will take a few examples of that architecture, and there is no architecture, even in security architecture, if you don't know what you want to build. There is another thing which is very important and that we all knew. You cannot, if you are missing sense, you are not going into international right. You are going in transaction, in multi-transaction, which are contradicting each other. There is no organization. You have no priorities in your international organization and so on. And that's what we see now. That's exactly what we are seeing. There is also, for me, a change now in what means the double peace war. I think that we are now in violence. We are now, it's not worse to know when we analyze what is on yesterday in Sumy. It's not war, it's violence. Okay, then we are, of course, having a superficially discussion about war and peace. Can we make peace? I am the boss of the chancellor of the peace and so on. But we are diversing this sense, peaceful, and now we are going on violence. There is a very deep expression which was introduced in the worldwide reflection by a Syrian, a Syrian ex-prisoner who said that there is a Syrianization of the world, referencing to what Bashar made. There is also something more maybe not positive, but we as Europeans, we have to have in mind. It is the difference between speed and haste. Of course, we are all criticizing that European Union is going too slow and so on, but we have to keep sense. We have to keep sense. I don't want European Union to rush and to forget the sense of what we are doing. It's very difficult. It's lasting from cycles. The fact that in Europe we can work with our enemies, that's what we are. And it's difficult, and we have to bear in mind that what we are doing is difficult. Of course, we have a big moment now, but we have to react. We have not to rush. Two things to conclude this first round. First, sorry to say that it's not very scientific, but I'm really experiencing and sorry about the intellectual level of the worldwide leaders. Gaza is not a desert. Gaza is one of the oldest towns in the world. Okay, we cannot track that as a desert. It's ignorance. It's lack of culture. It's, for me, it's really this. Of course, there are hundreds of examples. For me, I am very troubled by that we cannot discuss on things. Of course, I'm not for the elites. Of course, citizens have to be aware. But yes, I admit it's more difficult to be a citizen in the 21st century than in the 19th, perhaps. But we cannot allow the intellectual level of what we want to do in the world to go down, as I am seeing it going down. And that's the reason why I'm very happy also to be here. And last remark about French-German relations. I never said before the last election that the French-German election was so bad. Because for me, French-German elections are not French government and German government relation. It's more deeper, and it's a history which is not only the history of the relationships between our governments. And I would not say now that it will be easier since the last elections, because we have really topics to manage that are very difficult to manage, energy and so on. It means I would not like for these French-German relationships to say, okay, oof, we finished and now it will be good. If we do that, we will have the same problems than before. French-German relationships are very important, but we have to work them on the whole scope of all the relation between the French-German families, French-German enterprise, French-German organization, and the French-German government is something else. And I remind that we have since 5 years a French-German Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I think that was already a really good start, that sense making. I would invite everyone to join that discussion. To begin now, I think we can move to your right, your left, with Bart Laurent. Bart, could you tell us a bit more about, so if we talk about making sense, how within the EU, at the EU level, but also in a military way, what kind of sense making is there at the moment about the changing transatlantic relations? Where do things stand and where are things heading?
Thanks, Jeroen, and a very good morning to all of you. suis grandement d'accord avec ce que vous venez de dire là. Sense. I will try to answer that question with regards to sense, but I will most of all try to explain what is happening to my understanding right now within the European Union. Because for quite some years we have seen serious change, not only the war in Ukraine, but that was a serious wake-up call. But if you go back a little bit further, the European Union has been losing influence, for example, in Africa as well. I used to be deployed in Mali in 2017 when things were still good, or better than today in that country. But we as Europeans may have lost the Sahel. What we see in Eastern Congo right now, also there, what is the influence of the European Union in that process? Question mark. Now, with regards to the title of today's conference, my first point is Trump. And if I synthesize the situation without going to all the statements that we see in the media and that come from the Oval Office, but the one stable element out of this, what we are living right now, is the instability or the uncertainty that is created coming out of the Oval Office. And I think for more than one domain, this is absolutely a worrisome thing. And with the risk of losing sense, as just been explained, I have sometimes the impression that reactions come too quick, and that we should remain or keep a certain calm and not rush into decisions, knowing that, well, uncertainty and instability comes from the Oval Office. There is one thing that is different from previous American administrations, and the strong feeling we have that Trump is on the side of Putin, or at least less against Putin. And now, without wanting to draw a black picture, but what if this continues? After Trump, we have 8 years of J.D. Vance, and in that time frame, a conventional war with Ukraine, a conventional war with Russia, sorry, would break out. Well, if that is a theoretical possibility or a real possibility, we have to be prepared for it, whether we like it or not. And I think that is important, and that is also the driving force of what is happening right now in Europe. A second point is about Ukraine. I am a strong believer that there is no security discussion for Europe without including also the Ukrainian question. Whether this means Ukraine should be part of NATO or not is another question, but the security discussion should be with Ukraine as part of it. For now, we have more or less informal cooperations with Ukraine, and I can assure you we have a lot to learn from the Ukrainians. They are the ones and only now experienced in the new or the old conventional warfighting, although technology has changed the way of how war is fought today. But it doesn't stop at the Ukrainian borders. This war has enlarged. We call it the new generation warfare with cyber attacks, with far away, distant influence, etc., etc. A third point is the European pillar within NATO. I didn't say the EU pillar within NATO. I call it intentionally the European pillar within NATO in order to gain more or a higher degree of military autonomy. All allies together should have the full capability package at their disposal, including strategic enablers, so that the allies, with or without the Americans, can conduct all the operations they want to conduct, even without US assets. We are far from that goal, absolutely. It is primarily a military pillar and not a political one, although one will follow out of the other. This conventional European pillar in NATO with the Norwegians, with Canada, with so not only European Union, with the UK, must indeed come. And I think this is a win-win for both sides of the Atlantic. The US is already focusing more on the Indo-Pacific, less on Europe, definitely less on the Ukraine problem, for which they say it is a European point to take care of. And well, simply said, we have to be able to do it on our own. In the nuclear domain, the current NATO policy is the one that I think will not change. And also there, we are far away from any other kind of alternative, only having the UK and France having the nuclear capability. Increasing that will cost a lot of money and time. Point 4 is decision-making or decision-taking. Also there, I see a change in willingness of states, where the coalition of the willing seems to be the one and only realistic option or way forward for some years to come. This coalition of the willing indeed is, I think, for the Ukrainian short-term future, the only viable solution. And because the deployment of defense forces will remain a national sovereignty and also choice. Again, one of the importance why Europe will have to take the Brits and Norwegians constantly on board. And I hope that for a coming reassurance force, or whatever the name will be, or the task will be, I hope that alongside UK and European states, European Union will also have a place. And that brings me to the European Union, because sometimes I have the impression that things are all of a sudden there now. I have to contradict this because the effects of what is happening now is, or the effects of the elections in the US is not only what drives today's work strands. Very recently, the Joint White Paper for European Defence Readiness in 2030 and the Preparedness Union Strategy are logic consequences or logic follow-ups to my understanding of the strategic compass and its implementation. Trump may have accelerated certain aspects in it, but he is not the initiator why we all of a sudden have these two important documents completing the strategic compass. The white paper rightfully states that Europe faces an acute and growing threat, true. The only way we can assure peace is to have the readiness to deter those who threaten. And against this backdrop, Europe faces a fundamental choice about its future and needs to significantly step up its defense. The EU and its member states have to build a stronger and more capable European Union, capable to face all contingencies, with the UK and Norway and Canada as examples, and to further strengthen the EU's ambition way forward. Now, the way ahead after the white paper and the Preparedness Union strategy is the fact that we will adapt the strategic and institutional reality. The Union will step up its institutions to reinforce its overall defense readiness, reduce its strategic dependencies, address its critical capability gaps to act and deal autonomously with immediate and future challenges, and this in a 360 degrees approach. Capability development, although I'm not a specialist about capability development, but that is a large portion of the white paper, where I hope as a military that there will be more coherence and more cooperation between our still very diverse and very fragmented European defense industries. Last but not least, the support to Ukraine. The military support will be enhanced, and very recently the High Representative Vice President has announced a 2 billion euro worth this year of providing most urgent high or large caliber ammunition to the Ukrainian armed forces. For the longer term, the goal remains to strengthen the Ukrainian defense industry as well as the Ukrainian armed forces with all possible instruments that can be activated for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And I think I'm glad you mentioned the white paper. Maybe we can go into that a bit later on to also see with the response if that would suffice to actually. I think the goal of the white paper is to make Europe ready to play a role in an armed conflict in 5 years, readiness 2030. But will the actions be sufficient that are in the white paper for that? I would be quite curious to hear your analysis. But before we go there. We move to your neighbor. We go in the order of the positioning here on the panel. Jan Techau. Jan, could you've worked on these topics in several different capacities. Could you give us your broad takeaway from this policy shift that we see coming from the US?
Thank you, Jeroen. Thanks to the organizers here for having me on this panel. It's great to be back here at IFRI. And it's great to see a couple of very familiar faces from my old, life as a think tanker. I'm terrible with names, but I'm great with faces, and it's beautiful to see all of those faces here. And the last thing that I have to say before I start is that, of course, I'm not speaking on behalf of the firm. I'm with the Eurasia Group, but these are my comments only. You were kind enough to send around a few guiding questions ahead of this panel. And I found them quite useful because I think they kind of ordered the topic quite well. I think the immediate impact of Trump on this war in Ukraine has been surprisingly small, both militarily and actually also diplomatically. When you look at the impact he's had, despite of all of his grandiose announcements, nothing much has happened. The war keeps grinding on. There are no genuine negotiations, at least not of the kind that we could know of. And that's primarily because Mr. Putin does not want to negotiate. He has his own timeline and interests. Trump has run into the realities of the war, where both sides have their own interests and the Europeans have their own interests as well. Something that was very hard for him to imagine, seemingly, when he went into this. Just a few strong announcements by a US president does not move the needle when you have your own strong and especially survival instincts, interests at play. So diplomatically and militarily, not much has changed, but everything around it has changed quite significantly. First of all, as Bart just said, the question of Ukraine is now one that is elementary to the security of all of Europe. That was not evident to everybody, even after the war broke out immediately. A lot of people tried to separate it quite neatly from European security as a whole. That is no longer possible. Especially the positionings of Trump vis-a-vis Zelensky and the White House and a couple of other things that have happened over the last few months have made it clear, even to the most kind of passive European, that the Ukraine question is absolutely crucially connected to the whole of European security. That is something that Trump has managed to achieve. Perhaps not what he wanted to achieve. And the other thing I think that is often overlooked as how devalued US security guarantees are now. That we have a system, of course, of alliances that the Americans are managing, whether that's inside of NATO or elsewhere on the globe. Everybody is looking and taxing, the value of these security guarantees after Trump's repositioning. It's a tremendous weakening of the American diplomatic position, even though that's something that the White House doesn't seem to appreciate or even be bothered about quite a bit. So there is a changed reality, and that reality was also described by Bart and will be further discussed here. The question is, how can Europe become more important in this effort to perhaps end the war at some point? First of all, as I said, there are no serious negotiations at this point. But the one thing that the Europeans can do is, of course, to support Ukraine as massively as they can. That's how you become a factor in this game. You support Ukraine with everything that you have, more than we currently do. This is what's going to give you leverage. It's going to give you leverage vis-a-vis Russia and also vis-a-vis the United States. Again, something that we're only doing timidly. And there are good political reasons for individual players to, not completely engage, I guess. They have their own domestic reasonings and other considerations as well. But if the Europeans want to play a role in this diplomatically, they have to support Ukraine militarily to the utmost. That's the way you get into this negotiation. There's no other way. Just standing on the sidelines, it's not going to do the trick. The French president and British prime minister have kind of tried to do this by bringing up the idea of this reassurance force, which I think, was, an understandable way of trying to leverage yourself into the discussion. It didn't have much of an impact because it's quite clear at this point that, you know, those considerations are premature. As everybody who's dealing with the military knows, you know, if you have no political objective that you can give to a military force, and then, you know, turn that into a military task on the ground, there's no use talking about a force. You know, what kind of force is it going to be? Is it going to be a tripwire force with, you know, a reserve combat mission? Is it going to be a logistics force? Is it an air defense force? Is it a training and exercise force? As long as we don't know this, there's no use talking about what kind of troops we need and how many those need to be and what kind of American support services need to be put in place. A bit premature, but politically understandable what those two did, because it was the way for them, obviously, to try to be important in the diplomatic context. Unfortunately, at this point, without much of an impact, at least not to the extent that I can see it. So what are the implications of Trump's disengagement from Europe, or at least his attempts to, because so far he's not really disengaged, he's still very much involved. Again, he's, you know, being dragged into the realities of the European strategic landscape. It's not as easy to leave Europe as you think in the White House. First of all, I think one of the implication is that, you know, there's no way around it. This will be a less secure continent. We will have to live with higher levels of risk in the future. Things will be less cozy. Things will be, you know, less natural in the sense of taking them for granted. The Europeans will not be able to replace US assets very quickly. There are, you know, all kinds of numbers floating around how quickly that could be done. On conventional forces, perhaps if everything goes right, 5 years, but that means everything goes right. The spending, the procurement, the planning, the division of labor. On intel, reconnaissance, satellite imagery, command and control, data flows, probably 10 years, if not longer. And so there's going to be a window of vulnerability for the Europeans one way or another. This will be a less secure continent, and we will try to fill the holes as best as we can as Europeans, ideally together, but perhaps, you know, not together, we'll see. My fear is, and this is the pessimism part of this, that, you know, these assumptions about how the EU can develop over time, take on more responsibility, or, you know, a European pillar within NATO can be strengthened and built and beefed up. All of that relies on one very fundamental assumption, and that is that the Europeans are staying in this together, united. So far, the Europeans have surprised everybody by staying united, you know, at a level that was probably not to be expected when the war broke out first. But they've managed to do this. The question is, how long is it going to last? And of course, I don't know this. But if everything, all of these premises of what the EU can do, what NATO can develop into potentially with a smaller American footprint, if all of that is built on the assumptions that Europeans will just, you know, stick together and in a linear way develop into something bigger, then that's a, you know, that's a very simplistic assumption. My sense is that there's always the possibility of us, you know, being much more divided, and that, you know, without the American kind of bracket around it, there's going to be less unity. Perhaps not, but, you know, that's one of the big risks. Another implication that I think we will face is that we will have very, very fierce domestic political battles over resource allocation. Something, again, not talked about much. We have now kind of, you know, worked ourselves into a position where the EU has mustered all kinds of fiscal instruments. You know, billions and billions of euros will come online at some point. The Germans, you know, got rid of the debt brake for defense. Other people have announced 5% of defense spending. So there's lots of money floating around. But ultimately, that cannot be debt financed. And with flat growth in most European countries, where is it going to come from? So my fear is that we will get, you know, very fierce reallocation fights domestically in budgets. You know, we will have, you know, the butter versus guns debates in our countries. We've so far avoided these debates because we were able to still go into debt, but that ability is already limited in quite a number of European countries. No further debt possible. Where do you go? And the EU cannot completely replace and become a debt-making machine only on this. I think some of it will happen, and even the Germans who are fiscally conservative, you know, will agree to it, but there's a limit to this. Something's got to give, and those will be very nasty fights. Governments will fall over it. We already have domestic issues of this kind in my country, in Germany. We've seen them in France. We've seen them in other countries. The Netherlands have already, for domestic reasons, announced they will not play a part in the European scheme, or at least not in all of it. And the same in Britain. So where is it going to come from? My fear is that this will actually spill over into domestic politics in a quite a fierce way. And then you will need very, very firm and stern leadership at a time where you already have a populist threat in almost all countries. We're just waiting to exploit this. So the domestic element in all of this is strategic. And then lastly, perhaps, in terms of the implications, one big implication here is that we are all distracted from the China file. And the China file is the real file when it comes to global stability. Of course, we have our own European logic, and Russia is very much in our face. And it's clear that this is, the clear and present danger right in front of ourselves. But we're also all collectively quite distracted from the China file, which is looming in the background and will come back to haunt us. And the Chinese, of course, are enjoying this because they can pursue these policies, in the background. They're partially involved, obviously, in the Ukraine question. But the bigger scheme of things, is waiting on the limelines, and we're not dedicating most of our brain power to it, or even our resources. Finally, you ask for, in your guiding questions, you ask whether there were books or films, that reminded us of the situation that Europe finds itself in as in the landscape as we see it. And in the era of Iraq and Afghanistan, I would have said The Big Lebowski, where the relationship between the dude and Walter, his best friend, is very much the relationship between Europe and the United States, for a number of reasons. And I could go into this and give you like a half-hour kind of, outlet. I think it no longer kind of fully applies, but what does apply, I think, is a series of books and films that all deal with the same issue, and that is basically where an old business model, an old order dies, and a family, an organization needs to come to grips with the new realities. Whether that's the Il Gattopardo from Lampedusa, by Lampedusa, or whether it's, the Buddenbrooks from my hometown of Lübeck in Germany, or The Godfather, obviously, where a mafia family needs to find a new business because the old one becomes too risky. And the implications of this, and a couple of French examples, I'm pretty sure, all of these, the issue that we are facing as Europeans is completely known to literature. Obviously, an old order dies, a new one has not yet emerged. Lots of people have lots to lose. They're upstarts, there are newcomers on the scene. Power is redistributed, and that means not just a threat from the outside, but also from the inside. So literature is right on it, and I think even if you're not, completely immersed in the scientific writing about all of this, even your holiday reading can prepare you mentally for what we have ahead of ourselves. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jan. And that gives a lot of hooks for further questions. I have quite a few already, but I can imagine there are also some in the room. With that question about the movies and books, I think that's a nice kind of appetizer. I will save the question for the others for the end. But that's already nice that we already have that we have already framed that a bit, because I think that is a very good example. Also with the other books that you mentioned, End of an Era, Redistribution of Power, and where will you end up in that new order? So I think that's a broader theme that we are discussing here today. Thank you for that. But then we move on. Last, definitely not least, to Ronja. Ronja, with your research background and also what you see around you, what is your take on these questions, and what kind of sense can you make out of it thus far?
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor, but also especially for inviting me. Thank you to the IFRI. It's always good to be here. A great pleasure to see, as you said, Jan, so many familiar and friendly faces. Jerome, I'm nevertheless, like you inspired me with your last remarks. I have also selected a book, and I'm going to start, if you allow me to, with this book. My favorite book from which I would choose to make sense of this, like situation we're in, stems from 1972. It's from Graham Allison, and it's called Essence of Decision. So it's a book on, like how the United States decide the decision-making processes of the United States during the Cuban Missile Crisis in the late 60s, of course. And why does this book came to my mind when I was reflecting about our panel today is that, well, first of all, I mean, do you all remember, and I guess you definitely do, the panels that we had like in the years 2022, 2023, when the think tankers were asking the politicians, are you prepared for a Trump 2 administration? And everyone was saying, of course, we are preparing. We do expect the unexpected. Everything we heard since November 2024 is, oh my God, we didn't see that coming. And this is so brutal and this is so fast. So maybe we should go back a little bit and ask ourselves, what maybe did we wrong, first of all, in the analysis of what was supposed to come. And then secondly, maybe reflect on what like went wrong or still goes wrong when it comes to the decision making and answering these threats, nonsense that comes out of Washington, DC these days. I think this is the second point I wanted to make. I mean, what we see, and I'm more, like looking also from a European Union point of view and can resonate with a lot of things that Bas just said. What we see is that, like in the European Union, among member states, we're extremely well prepared, and this has ever been since the beginning of the integration process, of course, the strong suit of the European Union. We're extremely strong when it comes to react to Trump's tariffs fully, as the French would say, but we still struggle to find an answer on the security and defense political field. And this is, the reasons, they are numerous, but I think still the main thing is that in the European Union and among member states, we still continue to lack a coherent outlook on what European security and defense politics should look like. A lot of things have been mentioned. The white paper, for example, well, do we have an agreement what the white paper is about? Is it about creating a common internal market for defense goods? Is it just a means, like to help member states who have difficulties, like financing military expenditures via credits from the financial markets? Does this lead us to more cooperation, interoperability? All these questions still are not resolved. Because I think, and this is another maybe, like analysis, early on analysis, as you said, Jan, where is the center of gravity of decision-making in Europe when it comes to security and defense political questions? It is not the EU, we all agree, but are we prepared on, like decision-making in NATO without the US? Or even worse, if the US would, like try to put a challenge on some of the NATO member states, how would we react? Still very, I think, unprepared on this front, and surprisingly, I guess, if we all, like pretended that at some point in 2023, early 2024, we seem to be very well prepared and not, shocked by whatever is going to come out of the White House under a Trump 2 presidency. I'll be brief and just touch on two other topics. We all agree, and it has mentioned on this panel beforehand, that of course we Europeans are going to continue to support Ukraine, no matter what it costs, basically. But no one these days is talking about enlargement anymore. I guess there are good reasons for that. Good and bad ones. I mean, you could say, well, now these days, enlargement is the best kind of support we could provide. And we could, like come back to this reflection of geopolitical enlargement. But I guess those take the overhand who have already taken it, saying, well, like without this double track enlargement, EU, NATO, let's, like stick to the usual enlargement process. But, like all these reflections on how to get a seat on the negotiation table, although negotiations so far have not led anywhere, could also be responded by the question of, like how do we approach enlargement? Isn't that also a means to get on the negotiation table for the Europeans? I think the last point that I wanted to make just for the sake of introduction is I think where we probably rightly so have the right to be surprised is when it comes to the influence the Trump administration is exerting on our internal politics. I guess that there is a fair point to say a lot of us did not see it coming, how much like the Vances and all of those guys from around Trump are really, like interacting with the far rights in Europe and how much this influences, I guess, our national politics inside the European Union. I guess we have already seen prior to the Trump presidency, that there is a lot of like uproar in our societies who for a lot of them do not buy the political support we're promising to Ukraine. In my own country, Germany, I guess what we have seen in these past elections is that for very first time, I guess, foreign and security defense political issues played a role in the national elections. Usually we say, well, foreign and defense politics do not, like have any, any influence on the outcome of the election. In Germany, I guess, we have seen, like with parties who did not make it into parliament, with the BSW, but Sarah Wagenknecht, but also, of course, with the AfD, who made, unfortunately, an extremely high score in Germany, that, you can also gain political support if you're saying, well, end the war, Putin is a nice guy, what are you complaining about? Let's have negotiations, because any continuation of the war is going to cost us more. You referred to the question of, like this struggle of redistribution of money. So this is, I guess, like where we also have to have a look on these, like networks of these right-wing extremist, whatever, party relations. And the impact that the US and the Trump administration has on these movements inside the European Union, because this will then also play out and influence our way of dealing with Ukraine and with Ukraine-Russian war and the maybe sometime end of this war.
Thank you so much for that, Ronja, and another great choice for the book, I must say. Nice that you picked that up. I have a first follow-up question. I will ask it in a broad sense, and there are several hooks for all of you. I think there was an interesting point, Jan, that you brought up. So this question whether Europe is united, which at the moment it seems as if Europeans are broadly united. With the launch of the white paper, so we mentioned it a few times, that's kind of also for the viewers at home, that's a kind of EU strategy to beef up its armed forces and to have a certain level of readiness and to be an independent actor by 2030, or a more independent actor, was launched mid-March. When that was launched, there was immediately discussion between member states. One of the discussion points there is another point that you mentioned, battle over resource allocation. You mentioned it at the domestic level. So domestically, there has to be a negotiation to see how to free up money for arms. But that battle will also take place between European member states, of course. So there has to be, as Frédéric, as you mentioned, we have to have a kind of vision of the security architecture that we want to move towards, and then allocate the resources accordingly. So my first question is for you, Frédéric, the first follow-up question. In your opinion, you mentioned that we need that vision of the security architecture. What would that look like, and where should we prioritize the allocation of resources at this point in time?
Well, we are in budget discussion in France, and I will not go too far because we are 507 and 70 and 7 to discuss that. I would like to come back about this discussion of unity and division. First of all, once again, I would like to remind that we have to accept what is Europe and European Union. I'm not sure that 1 week after wedding, you are preparing your divorce. Then I'm not ashamed that we were not completely ready to what is happening. We are not silly, we are rather trying to be intelligent, and it was not really previsible, and it's normal. Once again, you are not preparing your divorce very, very wisely when you are married. Okay, then we have to be very careful about criticizing European Union. I am criticizing, but I think that we have to be careful with that. The same with the division inside European Union. I think that the biggest divisions that we have in European Union are not especially between member states. They are inside. We are with society. I frankly believe that European Union is not only a construction, as I said, for a German-French relationship, is not only a construction of government, member state, and so on. We try. It's what we are trying to do, and I think that there are a lot of experience, what I call proto-Union Européenne, in the region where we have war now. Okay, and always this experience was breaking down, not because division between states, but division inside the state, inside the communities, and so on. I will not. We can try to have a look on that. Coalition of the willing. Once again, a lot of people are saying that as a degraded way of making European Union. No, for me, it's our road. It's normal. It's very beautiful. Coalition of the willing. We will. We are not making that because we have to. Okay, I think that I'm very clear with that. We are in war for that. Because coalition of the willing is exactly opposite of imperialism or colonialism and on extraterritoriality even. Coalition of the willing is what we are trying to do since 80 years. That's the way we are building the European Union. Then it's not a degraded way because, oh la 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 la, this silly German, this Italian, they are not understanding anything, and we have to be with. No, it's the way we construct. It's the way we construct. And the other sense, when you try in a so diversity, united in diversity, you know, sometimes I'm saying united in conflict. In this, if you try to make Europe, the Europe project progress, if you try on the other sense, it will not work. That's the Ruski Mir, that's the imperialism. It will not work. It will be violent. The only way on a so diverse, with this Polish guy, you know, Polish guy, they're speaking a language, it's completely awful. How can you work with people speaking Polish? Okay? Then we have to find the way, and this coalition of willing is a good expression. It's not a degraded expression. I'm completely agree about enlargement. I am talking about that every week, every day. Okay, and I would like to make. I think it's first of all, I don't like the word enlargement because enlargement for me can be understood as imperialism, okay, in large, okay. I thought a lot because it's very hard to find a good word for that. You know, I have also Balkans in my constituency, and not only Central Europe. I lived the integration of Poland and 2004 from inside. The best word I found is confluence. It means that, okay, we will meet and we will enlarge because we are two rivers in the same sense and so on. I think for me, enlargement politically, and I am a politician, politically now enlargement has to come to the citizen. It has to come to the citizen now, not to make a referendum next week, but it has to be a decision for the 35 societies to say yes or not. We want to be together. We have not to postpone and to ask the citizen after the technocrats finish their job. The technocrats are useful. You need to have technocrats sometimes. Okay, you have to decide if the corridor of roads will be here or here. Okay, it cannot be a European referendum, but we have to begin to put this decision on the citizen point, on the citizen plan now. Do we want to live together now? And it's had nothing to do with the Trump, with the government. It has to be some really a job for think tanks, for citizens, for mayor, for deputies, and so on. Not and very open mind. And we have to take time, but with a fixed date. It has to be a fixed date. We say, okay, we can take 2030, for example, and we say, at that time, we say, we cannot go on like that. It doesn't mean that we will be exactly knowing what will be the form, what will be the law, what will be the organization, but we say yes or not, or no. And I think that's very important. Fixed date, citizens, and take time, because actually we are in fight with people who want to prove us that our model is not the good one. And I am convinced that our model is not a colonialist model. We have not to impose it, but our model is not so stupid. And I'm always taking this example because it's not a European place. But I think the best way in Palestine, Israel, Palestine, in the Proche-Orient, is to make a water agency together, as we made at the beginning of Europe, coal and iron community. It's the only way to save the water in this region. And if you make a water agency now, you may have something in the way we are thinking in Europe in 10 years, 20 years on this war and division territory.
Thank you so much for that. Yet more questions came up in my head. I'll try to stick to the ones I had already. Jan, I have one follow-up question to you, also related to the coalition of the willing that Frédéric just mentioned. I saw you nodding that with a kind of in approval of the need for a coalition of the willing, and I was wondering, is that is a kind of new structure that is being set up, or a new kind of constellation of member states, or NATO and EU member states, and also some outside even? Is that what is your take on that? That we have these new kind of pragmatic coalitions that pop up every now and then, that go outside formal structures like the EU, like NATO, OCSC. Is that a good thing? Should we encourage that? Is that kind of like a pragmatic solution that we should do? Or are there also downsides to doing it like that?
You know, before making a judgment on whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I think it's a question of whether such a thing becomes necessary. I agree with what was said about, you know, that we've been trying this for 80 years, both in NATO and the EU, that this is essentially, these are both coalitions of the willing in their own ways. But these are highly institutionalized coalitions of the willing. The question is whether we will have to move into a stage where these become less institutional, where the institutional frameworks, the treaties, the rules that we've given ourselves still apply. Moving outside of the institutional framework, is a way of creating consensus that you can no longer find within the institution itself. And so the question is, to what extent can we maintain that basic unanimity in those institutions that they rely on? My fear is that if the United States positions itself not just as a transactional power vis-a-vis the Europeans, but as an openly hostile power, somebody who are hell-bent on breaking the thing, that, against the explicit will of the Americans, against the intention of the Americans to split us up, holding together for the Europeans will be a very, very tough task. And, if you can no longer find unanimity in the EU because there are certain client states that, Trump can perhaps manipulate, if you have a similar thing perhaps in NATO, if America decides to undermine NATO and its institutional setup, they can absolutely do so. So, I think the ball is mostly in the American court. Are they intent on destroying these institutions? If they want to do this, if Trump wants to go as far as this, and J.D. Vance's speech in Munich, of course, indicated that there might be enough energy for that. If they are intent on this, we will find it very, very hard to stay together in the institutionalized coalition of the willing, and then stuff will migrate out of the institutional framework. Then all of a sudden it will be smaller groups. It will be, under different kinds of leaderships that will emerge as a pragmatic solution to the fact that you can no longer find unanimity inside the institutions. I think that's all of it. And of course, that's a bad thing in the sense of having a hostile America pitted against you. That's not something that anybody wants. For me, the big question, the ultimate question of European unanimity is, to what extent can we hold together as long as the Americans are openly hostile to the Europeans working together? My fear is that this is where the resources are quite limited on our side. And there will be enough countries who make a different kind of cost-benefit calculation, who feel that they perhaps need a separate kind of relationship with the United States, or that in light of a hostile America, it makes sense to appease Putin, or to build another regional subgrouping outside of the institutions. That's not completely, out of this world, I think. History has not ended. The institutional answer that the Europeans have given since the end of the 1940s and mid-50s is not necessarily the final word on how we, create order in this continent. Historically, that's, I think, something that we need to assume. I don't want this at all. I think the institutional order is brilliant and it has worked fantastically, not just for us, but also for the Americans. But as long as one side doesn't realize this, it's at risk. And I think this is where the coalitions of the willing talk comes from. If you need to find a pragmatic solution, because the old order, cannot be maintained any longer, its rules no longer apply, then of course you go elsewhere. We see it already to a certain extent happening. It's not yet massively destructive, but it can be. And I think this is one of the big questions, that we're facing is, will this be necessary? And then we need very strong European leadership. And then we're also up against ourselves because, as soon as we're pitted against the Americans again, openly, the question will emerge, and Ronja mentioned it earlier, the question will emerge of who leads the Europeans. Where will leadership migrate in Europe? The old question of European hegemony that the Americans answered after 1949 will emerge again. And if there's a country or two countries or three countries or five that start to dominate the whole thing, European countries, that might not be to the liking of others. There are suspicions, there are historical experiences that can come up again. And so do the Europeans trust each other enough without the Americans as the big overlord, with each other existentially in such a situation? Not only are we then up against a hostile America, but the old ghosts of European history can come back again to the surface as well. This is what's so threatening about this whole situation, that an American president with no understanding of that whatsoever unleashes forces that are completely beyond his control. And this is, a quite pessimistic historic view of Europe. But if you look at 2,000 years of history in the history books, there's all the reason to believe that history has not come to an end and that things can actually get quite bad if we don't pay attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think that's a good point that you make also about that unity, about maintaining that and how that goes forward. And that's also a follow-up question I want to ask Ronja, because it's about the relationship with other policy areas. You mentioned that in the EU context with enlargement, but we also have it coming from the US, where there's a connection with other policy areas, where before security was always an isolated area or a topic. It has now become related with other concerns, issues coming from the US. Tariffs mainly, but also regulation of the tech sector. So there have been threats to kind of question the security guarantee if Europe would further regulate big tech. Now with the tariff war, there's also a relation with security. How do you see that? The fact that security is no longer isolated in the transatlantic relation. How vulnerable are we to those kind of pressure means from the US, and especially in terms of the unity that Jan just mentioned? If, for instance, EU member states want to have a different relationship with the US, what does it mean for unity in Europe? What are the risks of that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's not an easy one. If you do allow me, I just wanted to quickly go back also to the question of the coalitions of the willing. I'm not, don't get me wrong, maybe I was too pessimistic or too like negative on the coalitions of the willing. I'm not totally against the coalitions of the willing. But I think, for me, the puzzle that we need to resolve, and that is very difficult to resolve, is that, like as good as the coalitions of the willings are to help us sort out one political question, namely, like providing security and some security guarantees to Ukraine for the time being or now. Are coalitions of the willing able to build a security architecture? And if the answer is no, then we are somewhat trapped because, like we have, like a response to one political problem, which poses, like raises immediately a second political problem. That is the problem of legitimacy and maybe also institutions. So the malfunctioning of the institutions, of course, is, like what contributes to the fact that we are having coalitions of the willing popping up here and there. But at the end of the day, when it comes to a stable security, political, whatever, like framework, then the question is, where can coalition of the willing lead us? And this is for me the whole challenge, the intellectual challenge, so to say, with these kind of new Irish formats, which I do see the necessity. I do see where they come from, But if we really want to kind of rebuild and think about the rebuilding of an architecture, then, I mean, all what we have learned so far from history is that institutions are the one who can, like be the reliable pillars for an architecture. But now to your question, how vulnerable are we? I mean, I made this comparison between the European Union's response to the tariffs politics, where I think we were quite strong. The European Union and the Commission especially played quite well, apparently, made its point quite clear, has a lot, like to challenge the American politics. We do not see the same register and possibilities of answer when it comes to security and defense politics. And so, well, the question is, do we need, here again, and Bas was referring to that, do we maybe need other structures, starting from decision-making, of course, in the European Union, but also in NATO, over to, like a reform of the European Defense Agency, or do we need a different institutional setting which enables us to respond accordingly towards, like some challenge from the outside? This time it came from the US. As we are able to do so when it comes to trade relations. That is, I think, is the basic question. And I guess as long as we are continuing to be weak in one aspect of politics, this then also plays out on our whole capability of, like tackling international relations and this, like in a concerted and comprehensive way. And this is, I guess, more the problem that I wanted to raise our awareness to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I have a last follow-up question before I open the floor to your questions, which is to Bart, who hasn't had one yet. So I wanted to equally divide it. Bart, for you, it's a slightly different topic. It is still about the European response, and it goes again into this the white paper, which is an articulation of broader goals and the strategic compass that you mentioned before. There is a tension between beefing up European armed forces and providing support to Ukraine. I think it's recognized in the white paper. Those are the two goals, I think, in the white paper. Is that tension real? Is that something that is also seen at the EU level? And if so, what is the best way to deal with that? There's the Danish model of sending all your equipment, or in terms of artillery, to Ukraine. There are other countries that prefer to keep things closer to themselves. What is your take on that?
Well, I will have to disclaim that I cannot speak on behalf of the EU in this case. I can only share my idea. But may I open with the Coalition of the Willing? Because I have worked throughout my career in two different coalitions of the willing. One was called NATO and the other one was called the European Union. And I am a believer and a practitioner of both religions. And even if there is another coalition of the willing, for whatever purpose, when we were fighting against Daesh, that was a coalition of the willing. And this did not exclude NATO or whatever of the institutionalized ones. Will a coalition of the willing be institutionalized? Well, I don't know. I think the stable coalitions we have are good enough coalitions for how the world order or the European world. I'm not a historian, I'm sorry. If I look back maximum 150 years or so, but that's why I'm differently paid than you are. So, the short answer to your question is, well, this is work that has to be done in the different capitals, how it will be dealt, how they will deal with this double goal setting of the white paper. Some remarks, because I do not have the answer. The EU is not only the cash machine. It talks about a lot of money, 800 billion and so on, but for me today, it is not clear where this money comes from, where it will go to, how it will be dispatched, or whatever word we might use. But I think we have to give the time to Commissioner Kubilius, because I also think that the Commissioner for Defense and Space, it is called now. It used to be Defense Industry and Space, but it is more than only for defense industry, I think. We have to give him the necessary time to implement what is to be implemented out of the white paper, I believe. So that is the first thing, the Commission. The second thing is the work that has to be done in capitals. And there I fully agree, and I'm a Belgian, so you may know the complexity of my country, hence the domestic resource allocation discussions, having 6 or so governments. It is a challenge. And again, I do not have the answer. Luckily, I'm a soldier and I'm not a politician. But in this equation of beefing up defense capabilities and making sure that we increase the strength and the capabilities of Ukraine at large, is a matter of political choice, and this choice will have to be done. And we are back into the topic of cohesion and unity. Will have to be done, I think, in cooperation, correlation between the EU as an institution and its member states, but not only, also partners. I fear one thing, that is that in these heavily political discussions, the politicians may start losing confidence from their population, whilst these populations are constantly influenced. Also, you mentioned it from the right-wing side. Not only, we are constantly under other influences coming from, not only from the far west, but from not so far east and further east. Cohesion will have to be the driver of these kind of decisions. And I learned that in NATO, the center of gravity, the source of power from NATO is cohesion. Oh, but the big brother in NATO is now at least telling, not yet doing, but telling that he is not joining us in the effort to support Ukraine. Well, then it is simple. We'll have to do it as Europeans on our own. But I'm not a naive disbeliever or something like that. I think we can. I think we are, not today. We are not there yet. But I think politicians have understood the necessity, I'd say, to beef up the ambition. And this is not only in the numbers, but it's also an intellectual ambition, being more ready. And again, this is referring to the strategic compass, where the EU rapid deployment capacity is one of the projet phare, one of the highlight projects to be implemented. And we are there now in 2025. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Lots of food for thought. And then now I would like to move ahead and answer some of the questions that are in the room. Gentlemen here, first, please. Is there a microphone somewhere? If not, I'll take one of these. Yeah, there's a microphone coming. Here, the gentleman in the front. And could you say your name and also who the question is addressed to, please?
Okay. Denis Véret, I'm a Vice President of Eurodefense France, and my question is to the panel. In fact, I have two questions. We have now a new coalition in Germany. What you expect to be the posture of the new coalition in front of the scenario you have just discussed, which is hostile US to the Europeanization of NATO, or any coalition of willing? And my second is my surprise. I didn't hear the word Turkey in this discussion. Could you elaborate about the scenario of Turkey for Europeanization of NATO with a US hostile, and or coalition of willing with a US hostile?
So maybe we take one more question and then we bundle them. There's also a gentleman in the back, all the way in the back. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Pierre-Emmanuel Thoman, geopolitician, French. My question is, why don't you think in terms of alternative scenario? Because frankly, this proposition at the moment are not going to work if we really think of a geopolitical reality. Coalition of the willing is subcontracting Anglo-Saxon geopolitics, which is to divide the continent, to avoid a Paris-Berlin-Moscow axis. What we need in the future to avoid an American-Chinese condominium. And also enlargements has nothing to do with French interest, because it's going to displace the center of gravity to the east. France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, they will never accept enlargement. That's the reality. We need the French Gaullist position is to have a better relation with Russia to counterbalance the German-American Europe and avoid the Chinese-American condominium. So I think, I know it's provocative, but to save Europe in civilizational terms, we'll need a pivot to Russia. There is no other solution. Otherwise, we stay a periphery of the Anglo-Saxon geopolitics, which is to squeeze Eurasia with the European front delegated to Europeans, the Rimland, the Indo-Pacific Rimland, and the Arctic Rimland, the new front. But that's American and British geopolitics. That's not continental geopolitics. We should rediscover continentalism after the Ukraine crisis. And I'm sorry, Ukraine is a tool for Anglo-Saxon geopolitics. And the war is lost. That's the reality. We lose time at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think a lot to discuss. We have the question about the German government impact, and then the role of Turkey in all of this. So how the new German government will impact all these discussions and the role that Turkey will play, and then the alternative scenarios. So the way I would summarize it: rapprochement with Russia. Feel free to pick and choose. You don't have to answer all of them. Frédéric, if you want to start.
Yes. I will start by the last one because it's okay. I come to Germany after that. First of all, I'm too old to be pessimistic, and I completely don't agree with what was said because of historical reasons. I think we are here thinking opposite of this way of blocks, and we have to recompensate and to help from this block to compensate this big block. We are others. And when we were talking, I will come back on my response to this coalitions of willings. I will give some example of coalitions of willing which were never against the treaty. The treaty, of course, we have an institution, but the institution is light, and we refused the European Constitution. And we choose, it means that we don't refuse Europe. It means that we choose a European with treaty, a European Union with treaty, which is something new, and I think something maybe normal. I will take 3. Euro money. Euro is a coalition of willing, including Kosovo and Montenegro. Including Kosovo and Montenegro. They choose euro. APFA, Assemblée parlementaire franco-allemande, is a coalition of willings. We decided to have a parliamentary assembly, French, German, to control what our government are doing together. It's not a machin. It's very clear. Very clear. We control, are they applying the 63 treaty, German-French treaty, and the Traité d'Aix-la-Chapelle. It's a coalition of willing. Belgium is a coalition of willings. You know that. And I will give you an example of the war where Lavrov in Samarkand, 2 or 3 months after the invasion, said to justify, but look, if the Wallons would have a problem with the Flamand, in English, I don't know, Flamand, everybody would understand that Macron take his army to defend French minority in Belgium. He said that. He wrote that officially. Okay, then this principle of that we have coalition of willing is important, and that the way we work, we are not trying to be the big arbiter, the big organizer of the world. We want to be united with our Walloon Flamand, Wallon with the Flamand, French with Germany, and 27, maybe 35. We said also that we have to adapt to an hostile, maybe hostile USA. I think they are. And I would like not to forget that Russia also is trying to divide us. Okay, to be very clear. And then a last question about leadership. As a Democrat, I am very, very careful with leadership. And that's the reason why I called about citizens. I am not sure that Trump has a big leadership in California. Not sure. And for me, it's very important. French, German, I think the new coalition, for me, on the agenda that we have to make, I would say maybe provocating. I'm not sure that the new coalition will change something for Europe, but I think that the job that was done, deep job that was done between France and Germany on the last 10 years, all these questions that we ask, all these answers that we find, may be provocated that the Germany changed, and there are new people, young people, especially in Germany, asking the question in another way than 10 years ago. And I'm not worried. It will be hard. It will be hard with this new coalition, but it will be a little harder maybe, but than before. But I think this track on French-German cooperation, for the sake of what is happening today in the world, is not questioned by the new coalition. I think we will have a normal French-German job to do and to continue to do.
Well, thanks for the question, or the questions. I will start with the first, because I wouldn't call, I'm not here for NATO. Let that be clear. But I wouldn't speak about a Europeanization of NATO because of the fact that there might be less US. Up to now, Hexet and Rubio have clearly stated their continued presence and participation as an ally in NATO. What will finally be really implemented is yet to be seen. Trump is only one factor. The rest, and you mentioned California in this case, we will see in what direction. But Europeanization, I think that is a step too far. If I were Canadian, I wouldn't see, or Turkish, I wouldn't see it as more Europe, but less US, maybe. On the second question, thank you for that. It's always nice to be challenged. I think we do not have to save Europe. Europe is there, and the institution answers to the needs. Only we have a very specific, probably relatively short-term need on our eastern border, for which, by the way, two institutions are dealing with it. First one is NATO, that has its forward land forces and other initiatives to better secure the NATO territory, which is, by the way, all of Europe. Okay, we have certain European member states that are not NATO allies, we know that, but the European territory is physically secured by NATO. The European Union has two constructs. We talked about architecture previously, and I know you know this, but it is worth repeating it. We have a supranational part of the architecture and an intergovernmental part of the architecture. When we speak about security and defense, we are 100% in the intergovernmental part of the architecture, the construct, in which member states are the ones who have the word and the decisional power, not the institution. And here we face, or we don't face, here we can combine the intergovernmental part and what do we do outside of Europe, and the supranational part, that is dealt with by the Commission, and that is translated, both of them, in the white paper. So again, I advocate for let's give time the time, and let's see how this will develop. And I don't think that there is a need to start doing some philosophy on alternative scenarios. I think the scenario is imposed upon us because the United States has clearly said, Europe, you deal with Ukraine. And if we talk military, of course, Europeans refer massively to NATO because the majority of the EU member states are a NATO ally. So it's logic that also NATO is in the discussion. NATO will not be part of the whatever reassurance force because the Russians will never allow it. And I refer very briefly to legitimacy because for certain countries, things and outside deployment become only legitimate with a Security Council resolution. of which Russia is one of the permanent members. Do you think this coalition of the willing will deploy forces in Ukraine without a coalition of the willing? And that is a question bounced back to capitals, not to that coalition of the willing. But this reassurance force, that will be a tier 2 or so force, I guess, will have to deal with the question of the legitimacy, yes or no, through a Security Council resolution. So it is not an alternative scenario. I think it is a solution that is in fact imposed upon us, and that allows that, and that's why I said in my opening statement, I hope and I count on the fact that in this coalition, the EU as a player next to its member states, but also Norway, UK, Canada, etc. South Korea was also a heavy supporter of the support to the Ukrainian armed forces, has its place. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. 3 quick comments on the new German government very quickly. Yes, there's a new generation, and yes, there's new thinking. There's a lot more spending going to come online, quite clearly. And there will be a German consent to some sort of EU debt-making scheme for defense. I'm pretty sure Germany will not stand, on the sidelines, can't afford to do so. It's going to continue support for Ukraine. Actually, Friedrich Merz yesterday said something about, delivering Taurus to the Ukrainians to put pressure on the Russians. So there's a more hawkish kind of, I guess, a fundamental sentiment. The big question is not any of this spending and continued support for Ukraine. That's all important. But the real question about, the next German government and Germany as a whole is whether the country can make this kind of mental shift towards a much more strategic mindset. Germany has been, quite a naive strategic player for the last 30 years. On security and defense, basically its policy over the last 30 years has massively failed. It was a massive failure. Can the Germans embrace, the intellectual depth of that strategic game that's being played? That is, for me, the fundamental question. And ultimately, that's more important than the money that's going to come online. So I would watch for this kind of, is there an understanding? Is there a savviness that we haven't seen in the last generation or two, perhaps? On alternative scenarios, I'm not connected well enough to the soul of Gaullism, I guess. And I'm not going to say anything about this, but there's one thing that I would like to go back to in the French context concerning this alternative scenario. The person in the Kremlin that you want to party with and go into a continental coalition with doesn't give one flying dime, for this continental alliance that you're dreaming about. That gentleman in the Kremlin is hell-bent on destroying the values of the French Revolution, which in their essence are about freedom. And that's the exact thing he wants to destroy. So if you think that you can go into a coalition with Putin for some abstract idea of Gaullism to save that, and you will lose your freedom, because that's what he's after. You will not be able to make that bargain. If that's the naive understanding that you have of what the gentleman in the Kremlin actually aspires to, then you're going to sell out your own values. And it has nothing to do with Gaullism. It has everything to do with the fundamentals of the kind of societies that we want to live in. So these kinds of dreams, of course, there's a lot of anti-Americanism and a profound hatred of the Anglo-Saxon ways. But in reality, it's this weird desire for this kind of unfreedom that the Kremlin stands for. I don't know where that affinity and where that kind of obsession about, this desire for unfreedom comes from, but it's deeply disturbing. So let me say this, I'm really worried about this. Last word about architecture, because it was mentioned many times here. When we talk, architecture is a euphemism. We like to talk about architecture because it kind of cloaks up what we really have to sort out. What we have to sort out are questions of power in Europe. If we want to create a new architecture, it will be ultimately about power. Who is going to back this up? Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to have the nuclear weapons for it? We haven't talked about nuclear deterrence one little bit here in this round, which is interesting. We have to, who's going to put the men and women in uniform on the front line for this? And ultimately, who's going to pay for it? And the power who does this, or the powers who will do this, will ultimately, be politically powerful in Europe. The question of who provides for security is the question of, over who's the dominant power in Europe. when we talk about architecture, the entire idea is to actually sort out the power question in Europe. NATO is a way to channel a big power, the US, alongside smaller powers, the Europeans, to come up with a combined kind of power architecture. The European Union is actually an attempt to diffuse power. And to mediate it and to distribute it evenly and channel it through institutions. These are all mechanisms to organize power. If we want to talk about architecture, it's not just about coming together and deciding, it's about the ultimate question that lies behind this, who is going to be the dominant power or who will be the dominant powers in Europe. That's what we talk about when we talk about architecture. We should not behind that term any longer. We need to address the real issues behind it.
Or do you want to collect more questions?
There's one question that came in online because, of course, we're here in the room, but there are also people who call in and are viewing this event online. And there's a nice question that's related to this that came in online. It's from Domenico Farinelli. He's from the Brussels School of Governance, and he does a PhD on Franco-German leadership in Europe. And his question is, so maybe Ronja, you could provide an opening for that. How can Franco-German cooperation shape European strategies for supporting Ukraine? I will add to that, what is the potential actually of this partnership in light of what Jan just mentioned, who will hold power? Is there potential for the Franco-German partnership to develop that sort of power? And finally, do you expect pressures to be exerted on the Franco-German relationship from both Russia and the US? I think predominantly US in this case.
Easy, yeah. Guess it was 5 questions put into one. No?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Franco-German relationship in all of this? I think that's a good way to summarize it.
I guess it ties back to the question on, like, how is the German government, like making sense of all of the situation that we're confronted with? Is it, like, renouncing more to its traditional transatlanticism? Is it going to reorient itself to much more towards the European Union and Europeanization, or a European Defense Union? Well, we have a lot of, like, terms for that. And I guess what we see, I think, is from Berlin, and I'm based here in Paris right now, so I also have a little bit of an outsider observer towards my own country, and what is going on in political Berlin. But I think, one thing that is going to shift, I guess, in Germany is really, with the setting up of the National Security Council. So this effort to really kind of streamline the thinking about security and defense politics in Germany, and so to maybe not to like mature the geostrategic thinking in Germany. I'm less pessimistic about where we stand in the country with regards to that topic, but it's more directed towards our dearest partners. I think the country understood, and the leadership understood across the board, that we have to become much more lisible, as the French would say, so readable towards our allies and for our allies. So provide just one answer and not, like 4 answers if you ask 3 people. So this, I guess, maybe is for you to expected to be the biggest, like advantage. Is there going to be a huge impulse on, like European Union financing? I'm more skeptical than Jan is when it comes to the common funding or the common funding of European defense politics via common debt. I think this is still something, like a red line that Friedrich Merz cannot cross. He has already crossed several lines, and it falls back on him also, internally from inside its own political party, but also to a huge part, I guess, from the public. Like he did not stick to his promise not to lower the debt brake. He ignored it. It was the first movement he did once he was elected. So I think there is this red line that I do not think him being able to pass, but purely for party political and internal political reasons. The Franco-German leadership is desperately needed, I guess, these days, because although, you know, we have seen with France and the UK, who are, of course, much more natural partners in security and defense politics than are France and Germany, taking the lead on the question of, you know, like how to provide security guarantees to Ukraine. And luckily, I guess, they hold an open space for Germany and for the incoming German government to provide some answers in that one. But I think, and this is, I mean, it might be a boring answer, but I think, you know, like what we have never seen so far is alliances or, you know, like coalitions, to stick to the term that we're using all about this in this panel, alternative coalitions that could challenge the Franco-German leadership or provide, as was mentioned, an alternative mindset of leadership, at least not to a point that is as sustainable as the Franco-German, you know, like answers have only have been over time. And so my big hope is that we will see a revitalization of the Franco-German engine with the new incoming government in Germany. I guess the failure has been on the outgoing government of not cherishing enough, you know, like the Franco-German relationship. There have been reasons that explain, you know, like this German behavior. I'm going to mention them, but I think with this new, you know, like realities we're confronted with, and the shifts that you know, like the incoming government has made to the debt brake and everything, there is a little silver stream of hope on the horizon for more, you know, like Franco-German cooperation also in the security and defense political area.
Thanks so much for that, Ronja. And I think that kind of wraps it up nicely. Then we've zoomed in again on the Franco-German nexus. Yeah, of course. Yeah, please, Frédéric.
I would like to add two things about that. First of all, the Weimar format is now coming on in order to, and of course it's adapted to the new government, but it is something which was also in the air before, especially before from the Polish side. It was a kind of revolution. I'm living in Poland, and I saw also a very big, deep change in the Polish mind. And second thing about that means that I believe in the French-German friendship, and I don't know the word. I don't love the word of leadership, but this engine, as you said in Germany. Kubilus is a Lithuanian guy. It's not a very big, and Kubilus was voted by the Parliament, by the European Parliament, with this mission. And it's not for me it's not a coincidence that a Lithuanian guy proved before, because he has a very personal action for that, which is not the biggest army of Europe, is dealing with that with the confidence of the French, Polish, German majority in the parliament.
Thank you for that. And I think with that, I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up. We're running out of time. So I encourage you all to ask the speakers your questions that you still have during the lunch break. But before we end, I would still like to, we've had an appetizer with the movie and the book that were mentioned, but we still have two movies or books to go. So my final question to Frédéric and Bart is if you could illustrate the state of transatlantic relations now with a book or movie, which one would you use and why?
First of all, I would like to advise to read, I don't know in English, Les Abeilles Grises, the gray. No, abeille. No, abeille, baguette. Bees. The gray bees is the Ukrainian book. You know, I have not a lot of time to go to the movies since 10 years, but there is a Polish film which is called Popiół i Diament, which was at the end of the war, before Poland became Soviet, I would say, when there were some margin of maneuver and so on, and it's a explanation between it. It's a film about this big trying to understand what will be the engagement and what has to be the engagement between Poland, New Poland, West, East, and I think we are in this position now that we have to confront our engagement to the sense that we give to our life.
Thank you very much. A book and the movie. Bart, final input.
I have to read so much for my work that I don't read a lot of books. But when I was last deployed for, I read white papers and so on, and strategic compasses. When I was deployed in Mali, you are on a military mission, of course, and there was the moments off in the evening before I went to bed was a Netflix series of which I saw only season 1, and that was Game of Thrones. And I chose Game of Thrones not because of the content of that series, because I haven't watched it entirely. So don't ask me how it ends, or don't ask me to tell you how it ends. I know there's something to do with dragons, but Game of Thrones because of the title. I have the impression when this kind of conversations take place, we are playing or talking as if it is one or the other, although I am not in this Game of Thrones. And this is meant externally as well as internally. I am a believer of the cooperation, coordination, the doing things together, and not always seeing things in confrontation. Although out of my profession, you can imagine that I have been confronted to confrontational situations. And we are under danger, yes, but it is not by playing the Game of Thrones that we will be able to correctly face the challenge that we have to face together, or that we are facing together from multiple directions, but we have talked about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bart. And that wraps it up nicely. I will not add any more words to it because we're going to have to end our conversation. Unfortunately, there were lots of questions. And I think afterwards, we will have even more questions to answer. Fortunately, we have the lunch break for that. But before we end, I would like to, on behalf of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, still thank Ivry for the great cooperation organizing this. Conference is not over yet, but it's been already very worthwhile. Thank you, everyone in the room. Thank you for your attention, for your questions. Very good. And of course, a big thank you to the speakers that we had with us today. Thank you so much for joining. Sorry, last practical announcement. We're going back at 2 o'clock after the lunch. So we have an hour and a half.
Yeah, no worries. So it's okay if I say that you're a director of the Democratic Strategy Initiative, right?
Chair.
Chair.
I'll explain.
Okay. So welcome back. Welcome to the IFRI, and we're going to resume the talks of this morning. So the first panel was rather focused on Europe and Europe under the impression of the Trump II administration. And we are now going to zoom out and to look at the US's foreign policy and the US's priorities when it comes to its foreign policy under Trump II, the moving away from Europe and what that means for Europe's security and Ukraine's security as well. And I'm very happy to have with me 4 distinguished guests. So we have Dan Hamilton with us online, joining us from the US. He's a non-resident senior fellow at Brookings Institution, working at the Center on the United States and Europe. We also have Hans-Dieter Heumann with us, a former ambassador and a former president of the Federal Academy for Security Policy in Germany, and senior fellow at the Center for Advanced Security, Strategic and Integration Studies in Bonn in Germany. We also have Martin Cancet, who's the head of the Paris office of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, where he's also the managing director of geopolitical risk and strategy. And we have Ben Tellis with us, who's the chair of the board of the Democratic Strategy Initiative in Berlin, in Germany. So just a few words about how the panel is organized. We are going to have introductory statements by our panelists, and then we'll move on to a discussion and then have a questions and answer session with the audience. So please feel free to ask questions to the panelists. We are very much looking forward to this. So just a few words to set the stage and to set the frame. We are facing a multilateral order that is fragmented and polarized. We are facing a situation where from a European perspective, the US are becoming more unreliable and unpredictable, and multilateralism is ailing. The US are also repositioning in terms of foreign policy, and there are certainly evolutions in different regions of the world where the US have interests, of course, in the Middle East, and of course, there's the Sino-American rivalry to be taken into consideration. We have the question of nuclear proliferation. We have China, Russia, Iran moving closer together. We have the question of nuclear proliferation in Iran and North Korea. So there's a lot on the table, and the question is what is the significance of Europe and Ukraine in all of this? And as we saw Marco Rubio and Sergei Lavrov, the Secretary of State of the US and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia met in Riyadh, and there are beginnings of talks with regard to a ceasefire, with regard to a potential peace agreement. So the question is whether Europe is going to sit at the negotiating table and Ukraine sit at the negotiating table, and in how far concessions will also need to be made by Russia, in how far there are only carrots given to the US, to Russia, or in how far also concessions will be made. We see that in terms of protection of critical infrastructure and energy infrastructure, Russia does not abide by what has been agreed. Meanwhile, there are questions about territorial concessions by Ukraine, the question of security guarantees, potential NATO accession to which the US are quite reluctant. And besides Ukraine, there's of course also multilateralism, which is at stake, with the US having championed multilateralism in the past decades and having contributed to set up multilateralism through UN institutions in the aftermath of the Second World War. Is there a void to be filled with the withdrawal of the US from these institutions? Is Europe able to do so, or is that just a self-illusion? And if it wants to fill this void, what are the potential like-minded players? So there is a lot on the table, and perhaps to kick us off, I'd like to hand over the floor to Mr. Hamilton to say a few words about the US foreign policy and the repositioning from your perspective.
Thank you. Good morning, my time. Good afternoon to you. It's good to be with you. Appreciate it. Where to start? I think we're all very fixated on the personage of Donald Trump. And I think it's just really important to understand, his capricious nature. If you're looking for a deeper strategy, you're not going to find one. And so I don't, you have to understand he's the extreme version of just his own persona, and the struggle, as it was in the first Trump administration, is the struggle between his temper and the ability of others to temper him. And that whatever comes up on a certain day tends to be something for a few days, and then maybe it changes. So the fundamental lesson out of just Donald Trump is Europe has to deal with this mercurial partner and just be ready for the roller coaster ride, and not to be continually to examine, what's going on in his head, which he wants you to be. He wants to be in your head because that's part of his tactic. So I think you have to just be ready for that and buckle up. And at the same time, it would seem to me you want to pay attention, though, to some deeper trends that are happening that didn't start with Donald Trump and are probably more significant for Europe as we think about, as you said, architecture or Europe's role. So let me focus more on that. I'm happy to talk about Donald Trump if you want, but I think if we get lost in the day-to-day, we're not addressing the issues you really want to talk about. I think, the basic premise I have is that for 80 years, the United States was a European power. It was integrally involved in all the compromises and coalitions, everything the Europeans did themselves, as much as any other European state. And it was a source of reassurance to most Europeans about their security, but also, frankly, about each other. It reassured the Europeans about Germany after 2 world wars, and it reassured the Germans about themselves. It covered a lot of inter-European dynamics that we have tended to forget about, because that overarching umbrella of NATO was the security shield, if you will, in which the European Union could actually be created and prosper. And it was a positive stakeholder in that experiment. Often, not always, when it comes down to certain issues, you defend your interests, but generally a benign stakeholder. And issues about nuclear capacity and all these other kinds of questions were just, not really raised. And for 80 years, the US acted this way because of some intuitive understandings born of experience and history. One was that the European order was the core of global order. There was a direct link between the two. How we had to deal with Europe was the #1 priority of US foreign policy, which meant Europe is not only important, it was urgent. It was the priority. And the third unfortunate, I think, intuitive understanding Americans have was that despite best efforts at times, Europeans were simply incapable of dealing with their own inner conflicts, and that only the continuous intrusion presence of the United States could help them address those. That's not a compliment, but it anchored the US presence in Europe. And, you know, the US has tried for time and again to extract itself from that. If you think about after World War II, the US reduced its troop presence right away until it had to come back. After the Cold War, we wanted Europeans, and Europeans wanted to deal with the Balkans and Bosnia, and we had to come back. And now we're dealing with the crisis in Ukraine, where you can see the US really not wanting to get that involved, but has been. But my point here is simply to say that we are facing something different now, and it didn't start with Donald Trump, and that is the US is shifting from being a power in Europe to be from a European power to being a power in Europe. It's a turn of phrase, but it actually means something significant, I think, as you think about how to build your security. A power in Europe, the US as a power in Europe, is no longer so integrally involved in all the compromises and coalitions of the Europeans. It's going to be selective. It's going to intervene at times. It won't at other times. It'll leave the board to you at some times, and you won't know which times, because it'll look more to its narrow interests rather than to the idea that it's invested in the European project. Donald Trump is the extreme version of this, so we could get lost in how he will do this, but my point is to think more deeply about the deeper trend. There are lighter shades of being a power in Europe, which is still a close ally of Europe, but one has to tease this out. A power in Europe is not necessarily going to be a stakeholder in the European experiment. It can easily be a spoiler. And it will choose, depending on its interests, on how that will be. It is no longer automatically a source of reassurance. In fact, it's become a source of anxiety for many Europeans. And that means that no longer reassuring the Europeans about their security, it also means not reassuring the Europeans about themselves, which means we could easily run into a situation, you already see signs of it, in which the Europeans look over their shoulder, not at the Russians, but at each other, because these deeper levels of trust within Europe, really, despite 80 years of effort, simply come back. And you can see, and I say that to our German colleagues, because Germany's whole identity is bound up with those 80 years. The current nature of the country was created out of those 80 years. And the question I think the Germans are struggling with is their own self-doubts about being able to move to a different type of arrangement with their neighbors, and the doubts that some of their neighbors have about a stronger Germany unmoored from maybe that deep link to the United States. So it's not a post-American Europe. That's a term that think tankers like to use, but it's misleading, because the US will remain a power in Europe. We have a $9.5 trillion transatlantic economy. It'll still engage. It won't be a post-American Europe. It's going to be Europe dealing with America as a power in Europe. And the intuitive understandings are different. It's not so clear to many Americans that European order is linked to global order. That link in the minds of many American policymakers and the American public is gone. Ukraine has put it back in a way, but still making the link between the Ukraine war and global order is a stretch, not only for many countries in the world, but also, I think, in the United States. I think there's no longer this intuitive understanding that Europe is urgent. Again, Ukraine has made it urgent, but otherwise it's important, yes, but is it urgent? compared to all sorts of other issues we're dealing with. And I think despite what my European colleagues might think, there is a general sense across the United States, bipartisan, that it is really hard to explain why 500 million Europeans still rely on 300 million Americans for their security, and why rich Europeans can't do more for themselves. The answer that earlier generation had 80 years was because they can't manage it. We always have to come back anyway under worse circumstances, so we better stay there. As I said, that was not a compliment, but it was the understanding. Now, in a curious way, Donald Trump thinks more highly of Europe because he thinks Europe can manage its problems. It should manage them, and please do it. So it has a more positive impression, frankly, of what the Europeans are capable of than the earlier generation. So let me leave it at that, and we can talk about how you build from there. But I think it leaves Europe with challenges, for a new age of disruption, not an age of consolidating a post-Cold War peace, in which it's three major protagonists, external protagonists, the United States, Russia, and China, each for their own reasons, no longer really have much interest in the European project. And in fact, when they can, they will try to play the Europeans off against each other because it's frankly so easy to do. So let me leave it at that, and I'm happy to engage in discussion.
Many thanks, Dan. I'm now turning to Martin. Martin, we have already heard about the US's foreign policy and its evolution in the past years from Dan. Perhaps you can give us your analysis also on how interrelated the different theaters where the US have stakes in are. Perhaps also come back to the direct sphere of influence of the United States, Panama, Greenland, Canada, for instance, but also talk or come back to the continuity of the US administrations when it comes to transatlantic relations. Is there a positive agenda when it comes to transatlantic relations in your point of view?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Marie. Thank you to the organizers for the invite. We didn't coordinate with Dan, but in many ways, what I wanted to discuss now has to do with what is fundamentally different with Donald Trump. So it's quite complementary to what was said. Obviously, there are these sort of structural trends that frame the transatlantic security debate has framed that debate for many, many years. And there's nothing new about having people in Washington, D.C. being frustrated with the lack of seriousness in Europe for our own security and demanding that rich Europeans do more. Nothing new here. However, I think it's good for the sake of the conversation and for us Europeans trying to think what we need to do in the next 4 years to look at a couple of points which I believe are different with this administration and help us see what we can do. The first point is that the US administration, the Trump administration, has openly embraced the idea that the world is divided into spheres of influence and that great powers have some sort of legitimate rights over the political destiny of weaker powers, which is something that in history is not that different from how any great power operates, but that is very different in the way the US talks about world affairs today. And in the DC debate, when we talk about these spheres of influence, we're talking about the US one, the Chinese sphere, and the Russian sphere. There is no European sphere of influence as far as the Trump administration is concerned. And that is, I think, a challenge for us. One, because that's not how Europeans usually think about the world, and the European project was in a way built against that vision. So we attempted to just reject it. However, we also had the temptation to say, well, if those are the new rules of the game, let's just play and assume that we should also have our own sphere of influence. And I think that there is an ongoing debate in Europe that hasn't been fixed. This idea of spheres of influence will guide a lot of the US foreign policy priorities in the next 2 to 4 years. You will find in US doctrinal documents, national security strategy, national defense strategy, a sense of continuity, because you will find the Indo-Pacific being seen as the priority number one. But I think that we should keep in mind that the real priority for the US right now is what they call the Western Hemisphere, the Americas. That is, in this comprehension of spheres of influence, what the US should focus on most specifically now, everything from Greenland to Patagonia. And I think that the focus that we've seen over the first few weeks of the Trump administration on issues with Canada, Panama, or Greenland can also be explained by this priority. For Europe, the issue is that not only we do not have necessarily a sphere of influence to offer as a counterbalance to the US or Russian one, is that there is an ongoing debate in Washington, DC, as how the different theaters of conflict interact with each other in the world and how Europeans should position themselves. And that is not as clear cut with the Trump administration as some may expect. I'll explain. So you'll find in the administration people a bit like in the Biden administration thinking that if the US wants to be credible in the Indo-Pacific, if the US wants to have good relations with its allies in the Indo-Pacific, the US needs to be tough on Russia and Europe. You show that you can actually deal with a problem in the European theater, and that will create more credibility for you in other theaters. You will still find people in the Pentagon, in the State Department, having that vision. But you have a very different trend as well, which says that these different theaters act as zero-sum game. And every investment that the US puts on Europe is an investment that the US cannot put in the Indo-Pacific. Every ammunition that you send to Ukraine, you will not be able to send to Taiwan. And if that is a zero-sum game, then we move from the sort of burden-sharing vision of the transatlantic relationship, doing more together, to a burden-shifting vision, saying, now the burden is on you, on Europeans, as we need to focus on the other theaters. This is I think that there's no real conclusion right now in DC, the open debate, but I think that Europeans should understand that what is at stake now is more shifting the burden than sharing that burden. Another thing that seems to me quite different with the current administration and perhaps with the president himself more specifically, is the idea that prosperity and stability or peace come together, which is very much post-1945, Marshall Plan, will make sure that our allies and partners can benefit from US economic prosperity, because that will create the condition for peace and stability in the regions that we care about. Now, what we see now with the tariffs and more generally with the US trade policy is a result of a very different vision, which says that actually our allies and partners' abuse of our American naivete have taken us for a ride. And many of them have actually caught up with our power and our innovation. And we need to stop that from happening. So rather than having this sort of liberal view of prosperity and stability coming together and the US being able to offer prosperity for whomever wants to work with it, now we have a more protectionist and I would say aggressive way of using trade policy, even towards allies and partners. And last point concerns NATO and the alliance more specifically. Again, nothing new in having a US administration that wants European allies to do more. We've had that since Truman, really. There is something new in the method, right? In the language, in the rhetoric, something that we already see under the first Trump administration. But I think that it may go even a bit further this time. And there we go back to the Ukraine war, that the Russians do not only want to talk about Ukraine with the US. These discussions have to do with the entirety of the European security order. And the Trump administration may be able to say, well, look, I'm interested in the future of Ukraine, but I'm interested in making a bigger deal with Moscow. And it's interesting to sort of compare the Trump declarations on Greenland and what Vladimir Putin said about Greenland, right? This is a purely bilateral issue between Denmark and the US. And I think that this is where having two leaders who share the idea of spheres of influence could meet and say, well, look, Ukraine basically is part of the Russian sphere of influence, and whatever US claim may have on Greenland, will accept it as well on the Russian side. So that is one thing that for NATO would be very difficult to deal with, is if the Trump administration is looking for a bigger deal with the Russian government. Last point, many Europeans want to sort of have a roadmap of how to be a good ally, how to make sure that you protect and preserve your bilateral relationship with the US, to make sure that you still have US security guarantees flying over your head. And there are two ways to look at it. One is to look at the strategic interests of the United States as we understand them. And that is sort of the Polish model. You spend a lot on defense, you buy American, you're tough on certain issues vis-a-vis China, you do your homework the way that, say, Pete Hegseth set it up when he went to Warsaw earlier. The other model is to say, well, yeah, sure, let's do a bit of security homework, but the real way to guarantee the preservation of our relationship with the US is to align ideologically with the administration. That's more like the Hungarian model, where Hungary is one of the first recipients of Chinese investment in Europe, something that should trigger a lot of alarms if you are in Washington, DC. But Hungary is a country now led by someone who says, well, I'm actually quite close to the Trump administration on many other points, and I can be that bridge between Europe and the US. And I think that if you listen to Pete Hegseth on one hand, if you listen to J.D. Vance on the other hand, you may have two different ways to have a good relationship with the United States in the next 4 years. And to go back to a point that was made by Jan earlier in the first panel, I don't know if there's a lot of European unity on how to answer to that.
Thank you. I'm now turning to Hans-Dieter Heumann. So you are joining us from Germany. Multilateralism is quite dear to Germany, and I was wondering whether you could perhaps come back to that and the question of make America great again and America first, that trouble this idea of multilateralism. And we are facing protectionism and nationalism increasingly. Also, Martin mentioned China, and we see that Washington is getting closer to Moscow, perhaps also in the idea to drive a wedge between Moscow and Beijing. So perhaps you can also come back to that. And finally, how are Europeans adapting to this situation, to these new evolutions? How are Europeans coping with the situation? Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy in Ukraine, a couple of weeks ago, mocked Europe for arming Ukraine and mocked Europe for fearing that Europe may be next after Ukraine. And he called that fear preposterous. So perhaps you can also give us your impression about how Europe evolves with regard to these challenges.
Avec plaisir. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais remercier le Cerfa de m'avoir invité. Je suis très heureux d'être de retour ici à l'IFRI. Yes, on Germany. By the way, Dan Hamilton, in the beginning, he talked a lot about Germany. And he used the term, the US as a power in Europe. I remember that he was, Dan Hamilton was with Ambassador Richard Holbrooke, who coined this term. He was in Bonn in Germany at this time, if I remember correctly. Anyway, you want me to talk about the German perspective, and it gives me the opportunity to react to what was said in the morning about this. Yes, Germany will have very soon a new government. The Chancellor will be elected by the German Bundestag on May 5th. The coalition agreement should not be overestimated, but quite interesting, because in view of the necessity for Europe and for Germany to strengthen European sovereignty in a moment when the US proven not to be a reliable partner. In this moment, the wording is quite strong in the coalition agreement. It speaks of the necessity of strategic sovereignty of the European Union. Germany wants to be a leader of the European security and defense policy. At the same time, of course, transatlantic relations are stressed, but I interpret this just as a way to keep the Americans on board as long as Germany, as Europe is working on the strategic sovereignty. So what can we expect from the new government? I think it will, and in this respect, I'm more positive than that was said in the morning, with the exception of Jan Techau. I think it will really go beyond the Zeitenwende, which already was a turning point in German history. I'm not talking about implementation, I'm talking about the speech that was given by the Chancellor. The decision not to apply the debt brake. I mean, the debt brake is in the German constitution. So you needed a 2/3 majority to change this. The decision not to apply it to defense expenditure, it's a big deal. I mean, theoretically, it opens a way for really strengthening the German army. Whether other Europeans will find this a good idea when Germany is, besides Ukraine, the strongest army is another question. But I think it's a real chance. And we talked also about this new National Security Council. This is not just a formal decision, an institutional thing. It's the first time that Germany has a National Security Council. And the question is, why didn't we have it before? It was because Germany always has been a coalition government. That was a problem for the capacity to act in foreign policy. Domestic policy always played a big role in German foreign policy. You have to understand this. This is different in France. And now, and it was difficult because the chancellor was from one party and the foreign minister was from the other. Now to have an institution to combine, not to settle this conflict, but to give the power to the chancellery is something. And the question is, it was asked in the morning whether it will enable Germany to play, to think more in strategic terms than it used to be, and to overcome this break coming from the domestic policy. Now on the question of Trump and the global order. Yes, it's about two things, multilateralism and the multipolar world. You said it already. Multilateralism is really in the German DNA. So it's hard for us to see that America first really means the contrary. It means unilateralism, which is worse than isolationism, which you can find in American history. But this sort of form of unilateralism is really something new, I think. It means that alliances, for example, having been the strengths of American power, are regarded just as a matter of cost-benefit analysis. This is really a new thing, and it worries us. Also, this sort of diplomacy. As a diplomat, I find it very interesting to try to analyze in what way Trump's foreign policy has something to do with diplomacy. I spent some time to read his book, I think it was 1984, The Art of the Deal. He's a deal maker, that's not new to you, but you really have to see what is the difference between diplomacy and deal making. And you can analyze it right now. Diplomacy, mind you, is not just the art of the deal. It's to think in terms of national interests. to think in terms of power relations, and even to think in terms of orders, regional orders. What kind of order do we need to have peace in the Middle East? This is something else than deal making. And it brings me, for the political scientists here, it might be interesting. Trump is not a realist. He's not supporting realism, because realism means to pursue national interests. He doesn't pursue national interest. I think that what he is doing is against national interest of the United States. Also, free trade, of course, is in the German DNA. And the irony of the history right now is that it is the European Union and China defending the World Trade Organization's rule for free trade. So you can see how much has changed. And our main concern, still under the heading multilateralism, is that the global financial order, the global order that the US has created after the war, it was based on trust in the US. And this trust is decreasing heavily. And you can see it, the dollar is going down, which might be good for the US export. But what is really important to see how much demand for US Treasury bonds is decreasing. And what if China and the EU decide to sell Treasury bonds of the US? So this lack of trust is really a big problem for this order we had created. Now on the multipolar world, Trump and the multipolar world, it was a very disturbing moment when on February 24, 2021, no, 25. It was, by the way, exactly the anniversary of the Russian attack on the Ukraine. The Security Council of the United Nations voted on a resolution on the Ukraine without mentioning Russia and its attack. And the US voted along in line with China and Russia. I think this was a really turning point. So what is a multipolar world? Is it US, China, Russia, and Europe? I mean, the US and Europe, what we are witnessing is, in my view, really nothing less than the end of the transatlantic partnership, because the US is not a reliable partner anymore. And if there is a new government, we always remember or ask a question, can we rely now? And also, which is not seen really, Germany has always hid behind the United States in terms of security, in terms of financial policy sometimes, and this is not possible anymore. So I think the European Union is going to be serious about sovereignty. Now, US and China, multipolar world, it is clear we discussed it, it's a US priority. The question is it just a competition, or is it an American effort to contain China, to preserve its hegemony? It's clear that China interprets it this way, that it's and the reason, I think, really is that in terms of percentage of gross national product, the US is declining. It's 15% in terms of purchasing power, and China is rising 20 and more. I think this is really behind this effort to somehow preserve the balance. And it's about a competition about the new technology, artificial intelligence. So all this talk about tariffs on chips and so on, this is not nothing to do with markets, it's power politics. Finally, US-Russia. What is disturbing about this is that obviously the US is trying to have a reset with Russia in order and to widen the agenda beyond the Ukrainian war, talking strategic stability and business, regional crisis, cooperation, the Arctic, and so on. So this is really disturbing. So it makes Russian-American relations a priority to the to European security. What does this all mean for European security and for European sovereignty? The Europeans, in my view, are really getting serious about it. And what's the interest in the war? That's clear. The war against the Ukraine is not just about self-defense, it's about European security. This is clear. And what is the leverage of the European Union? We didn't discuss this. I think Europe can do both, replace the American support for the Ukraine. So far, it already is bigger than the US support in figures. Also for the military support. I could give you some figures. I don't want to extend this too long. It can, and there are some studies of German think tanks, Institut für Weltwirtschaft also, that it can also, that it would need the European Union 1 to 2% annually of gross national product to replace the US contribution to the European defense. We are talking about 300,000 soldiers, 100,000 already stationed US soldiers in Europe, the others rotating. I think this could be done, and we should address this question maybe in the discussion too. And a closing remark would be, there's some misunderstanding about how Europe works. I mean, it does not proceed just waiting for all the 27 having the same opinion. The whole history of European integration shows there have always been coalitions of the willing. And very often it was Germany and France. So we have this way of proceeding, and the only question is which countries will participate. And I hope very much for Cerfa that it will be Germany and France, as it has been in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now turning to Benjamin Tallis. I think Mr. Heumann already pointed to some of the points relating to geopolitical rivalry and geopolitical competition, power competition. He mentioned the fact that Russia and the US are also talking about the Arctic region, gas exploitation, oil exploitation there, artificial intelligence, how to handle Iran. So I think you also wanted to mention great power competition, perhaps also talk about economics. That is something that Dan Hamilton also pointed to, that the US do not want to be taken for granted. So economics is also part of the power competition, and there's this impression that globalization has worked in favor of China and perhaps less in favor of the US, and that a lot of blue-collar jobs were lost since the integration of China in the WTO. Perhaps the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Marie, and thanks to IFRI for the invitation to be here today. One quick note, I'm listed as being representative of the Democratic Strategy Initiative, which is a Berlin think tank that seeks to improve German and European strategic culture, strategic capacity, and to develop the strategies the free world needs to win. I am now the chair of the board of that, but as some of you may have seen on social media, I also have a new role with Helsing, the AI defense company. But just to be very clear, I'm speaking in my DSI role today, and my remarks are my own. So lest there be any confusion, I will do my best not to sell you on why the future of defense is software defined. So it's very, very wonderful opportunity to follow such excellent remarks from all the panelists. They've set up so much of what I would like to say, too much, in fact. So I'll try and restrict myself to the essentials. I think what is certain from all the remarks is that Europe finds itself in a more hostile world, but also a more competitive world. But what we haven't done is establish actually what it means to be competitive, what it actually means to compete. And Hans-Dieter pointed to some of the dimensions of competition there, but I think we need a more systematic look, which will actually give us a framework for analysis, but also for action that will help us develop the mindset over time that we actually need to prevail in this more competitive world. And thankfully, we have a little bit of historical guidance available to us, although it's not guidance that many Europeans often draw upon. It was very nice to hear Ronja Kempin earlier mention Graham Allison's book, Essence of Decision, because in the foreword to that book, or in the thanks that are given in that book, there's someone who's credited as an inspiration, and his name is Andrew Marshall. And Andrew Marshall, many of you will know, was the legendary director of the Office of Net Assessment, the Pentagon's. It's often described as its internal think tank, but what it really was a strategic guiding agency for the Secretary of Defense, based on understanding the long-term dynamics of strategy, the long-term dynamics of competition. And it was Marshall who in the 1970s, through his work on what he called net assessment, who was able to develop a framework of competitive strategies that actually then formed the basis of a good amount of US defense and military policy. But obviously defense and military policy have a lot to do with economic policy, have a lot to do with tech policy, and competitive frameworks have a lot to do with understanding who you're competing with, but also understanding yourself. And so when Hans-Dieter mentioned a second ago, what is Europe's leverage? This is precisely what a competitive strategies framework would enable us to describe. So let me say a little bit more about what competitive strategies are and where they came from, give a couple of examples, and then say how it relates to Europe today. And then there's a short list of about 100 things I'd like to respond to from the previous remarks. So an example of these competitive strategies would be to say, we need to actually shift the terrain of the long-term competition we are in to things that favor us, to things that actually play to our strengths and our opponent's weaknesses, rather than letting others dictate the terms of the competition or slipping into playing to their strengths by accident. And something Marshall had realized back in the 70s is that the US defense procurement process, the budgeting process, had given an inherent advantage to the Soviets. Why? Because each year, a budget request would be put in. What was the budget request based on? The budget request was based on the threat assessment from the military, which was basically an estimate of Soviet capacity, Soviet capabilities that they could field or were planning to field. The response to this threat was to develop capabilities that would be able to match that. That was immediately playing to the Soviet strengths because it was defined by what they were doing rather than what we would want to be doing, we being the US in that case. So changing that around to say, what do we actually want to achieve in this competition and where are our sources of strength to do it was one of the driving forces behind what in the 1970s was called the second offset strategy. Looking that the US actually had an advantage in semiconductors, in the emerging information technology, and so we should be developing weapons in particular that would play to that advantage. And from this, you get precision-guided munitions, you get networked warfare, you get stealth technology. That played into a second aspect of competitive strategies, which was cost imposition, how to impose costs on your opponents? Well, one way is to start doing things that they find it much more difficult to do than you do. Develop the IT, develop the semiconductors that the Soviet Union was consistently about 5 years behind on during the Cold War. Another way is to understand what are their psychological, ingrained cultural preferences and weaknesses. And the Soviets had a particular, how did Marshall put it, disutility associated to bombing and being bombed, having their airspace violated. So the calculation was made, given especially the size of the Soviet Union as the biggest country in the world at the time, with the biggest border to defend, if we invest in strategic bombers, they will have to overinvest in air defense. So the cost of investing in the air defense to counter the strategic bombing program would impose an enormous cost on the Soviet Union, far greater than the cost to the US of developing, for example, the B-1 bomber, which is why the US went back into developing the B-1 bomber, even though it was considered a little bit passé by some. Moreover, it would force the Soviets to invest in a defensive capability, not something that could threaten us. So you start to see the logic here is actually playing on strengths and weaknesses in a serious way. Now, we had a comment in the break earlier about why haven't we been talking about economics? Well, competitive strategies is all about economics as well as being all about military and defense issues. And underlying a lot of the work that Marshall and the ONA did was one key insight, which was that the official CIA estimate of how much the Soviets were spending on defense, 5 to 6% of GDP, was a massive underestimate. If it was a massive underestimate and the Soviets were actually spending far higher, we could take action that would effectively economically bankrupt them over time by continuing to compete in the military sphere, forcing them to spend ever higher amounts of GDP or even to maintain those levels, which would lead to economic and societal collapse in the Soviet Union, which is what we know eventually happened for many reasons, but this was one contributory factor. So the eventual estimate that the ONA came to during the Cold War is that the Soviets were spending between 15 and 25% of their GDP on defense, so a lot more than 6%. After the Cold War, it was confirmed that they had actually been spending about 35% to 40% of GDP on defense. At the moment in Europe, we're talking about GDP percentages as a sign of strength, but you push this too far and it becomes an inherent weakness waiting to be exploited. So all of those strategies, be they the Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars, as it was known under Reagan, be it the B-1 and the B-2 bomber program, be it upgrading military expenditure in the US per se, all of these were competitive strategies, which was officially adopted by Caspar Weinberger, the defense secretary in the 80s, as the way to proceed in what was understood as a long-term competition that had short-term elements, but also longer-term elements as well. And this is precisely what I think Europe can learn from today. We need to understand what it means to compete, which again means understanding who we're competing against and what their strengths and weaknesses are, but it means understanding our own strengths and weaknesses too. And one particular application we could see now would be to say the Russian threat, which we face, which is acute, which is urgent, and I would say severe. The challenge we face is to be ready to defeat, not just to defend against, but to defeat a Russian attack within 3 years. If we wish to do that, why are we thinking about trying to get 300,000 soldiers, 1,200 main battle tanks, 3,000 IFVs, and all the things that Russia is very good at producing and we are not? By trying to do that, by trying to match rather than to counter Russian capability, we would run Russia's race and we would lose. Instead, what are Europe's advantages? Our innovation and our heavy industrial and advanced industrial capacity, which would point to the kind of new technologies that are being fielded that could be mass produced to produce mass battlefield effect quickly, but which would also help to reorganize our defense industrial base in the longer term and address some of the issues in our defense industrial base which have been holding us back. Loosely summarized, it's too slow and too expensive. So this would be one element of a competitive strategy. Another, and to take this to a large part of the discussion we've been having today. Marie, how am I doing for time? Coming up to end?
Take whatever you want. I mean, like, let's say 3 minutes or so.
Very, very generous. I hope the German, whatever it takes, is more than 3 minutes, but we'll see. I do want to say something about that in the conversation. Would be, how do we secure Ukraine? The discussions about the reassurance force, which, as we know, are tortured, intense, repeated, many different views on what to do. But it seems to me that from a competitive strategies perspective, putting a small force as a security force in Ukraine would be a almost irresistible temptation for Vladimir Putin to test us and find us wanting by attacking that force. That is not our strength that we could provide there. We could provide trainers to show we have skin in the game. We could provide trainers to show that we are willing to actually boost Ukraine's capacity to defend itself, which ultimately will be the only deterrent for Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. So that would actually point, instead of trying to scrape together as many troops as we can, which, as we know, Europe has trouble fielding, sustaining in field and so on anyway, we should be arming Ukraine to the teeth with the kind of long-range precision strike weapons, as well as shorter-range precision strike weapons, the new mini cruise missiles or drone missile crossovers, that could hit and hurt Russia from the first day of any violation of a ceasefire. That requires a will to inflict punishment. That requires a will to impose costs. But that would actually play to Europe's strengths rather than playing to Russia's strengths and allow us to be tested and found wanting in this stage of the competition. There's a lot more to say on the other topics that have come up, but I'll leave it there for now. I hope to have given you a flavor of competitive strategy and why we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd perhaps now turn back to Dan Hamilton and give you perhaps also the occasion to comment on what you've heard so far if you want to react. But I'd also be interested in the rapprochement we have between Washington and Moscow and what that actually means for Europe and whether this is a move that is going or is likely to be successful, or whether this may actually play in the hands of China and with of course Europe that is also facing tariffs from the USA. Isn't there also the risk that Europe now moves closer to China? And we know that China doesn't play a neutral role in this war. It supplies Russia with dual use goods, and we also have in mind the limitless partnership between these two countries. It buys also natural liquefied gas from Russia, which helps circumventing the sanctions. So perhaps you can come back to that, and if you want to react to what has been said, please do so.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to join back in here. So, on Martin's point, I agree. There's an instinct, toward this spheres of influence thinking. But again, Trump's in your head here. So if you want to theorize and base your security on what is an instinct, be my guest. But it could change tomorrow, and it's not really a strategy. And so it is simply an ingoing notion. And so I would temper that with thinking about your own interests here and where things really might go. The Western Hemisphere is only interesting to Donald Trump because of migration issues. He doesn't care about Brazil or Patagonia. I mean, doesn't probably know where Patagonia is. Countries of Latin America, that's not a priority. It's only because of an issue he has at home about migration, and that drives some of that. The other is to get China out of the Western Hemisphere because of these other issues. It's not because the Western Hemisphere is of any particular importance. It has to do with China. That's what the Panama Canal issue is about. So I wouldn't read too much into this. He's not prioritizing this. It's just a function of other issues. And so the sphere of influence notion, well, it sounds good, but let's see what comes of that. I don't think much will come of it. You could easily do a complete new arrangement with Greenland and Denmark if you wanted to, that everyone would be happy with if you want to go down that road. So far they're not, but that doesn't mean they won't. So it has to do with diplomacy. Again, if you want to focus on the Trump group itself, Donald Trump is an 80s real estate, he's a real estate developer lost in the 1980s. That's his worldview. It stopped there with all the rivals at the time were Japan buying up stuff. It wasn't, it was the German cars at the time. It wasn't others. It wasn't this other stuff. He's lost there. He deals with land deals and so on. That's his instinct, as I said. But when he's confronted with the consequences sometimes of his instincts, he pulls back. You just saw that this month on the tariffs, and he'll do that again. He's going to do that with Russia coming up. Before I get to Russia, just say, J.D. Vance's approach, though, is somewhat different. It's more ideological, and it reflects a strain in the United States on the conservative side to think Europeans are basically all just Democrats, right? Europe is an extension of the Democratic Party. And so they are the political enemy, just like the Democrats at home. So anything that the Europeans are doing is helping the Democrats. One has to think about it that way, as an extension of US domestic politics for someone who wants to become the next president. And that is a useful foil. So the more you fall into that, you give him ammunition. So I would not, again, go down that road. The third point about the Trump focus, it's all about different factions and tribes within the administration, each trying to have a relationship with the president. Everything's based on a personal relationship with the president. There's no structure. There's no Trump administration. It doesn't exist, and it won't exist. And one has to just keep that in mind, so that theorizing about this too much is going to give you a headache, and it's also going to be misleading to you. So if you turn to Russia, the U.S. has always thought of Russia in a global context. This is nothing new. And Europeans tend to think of Russia in a regional context. That's nothing new either. Henry Kissinger and Willy Brandt, went at it for years about their competing versions of détente, because Kissinger had a global view of the trade-offs and Willy Brandt had a regional view. So this is nothing new. It's just that he is trying to, it's not about burden shedding. It's not about burden shifting. It's about burden shedding. He wants to shed the burden of Ukraine because he wants to get on with other stuff. But Vladimir Putin is not going to do a deal on Ukraine. He doesn't want a deal. He wants Ukraine. And once that realization finally strikes home with the president of the United States, you're going to see other shifts. We can't anticipate them yet because we're not there. Yes, he's trying to do this or that deal, but the European anxiety about this, while understandable, says more about Europe, frankly, than it does about what's really going on. So again, let's hold judgment on this sellout until you see what's really going to happen, because I don't see that coming about once Vladimir Putin's real goals here are more deeply understood by the president. And then, frankly, for all the talk about European sovereignty, I heard that term, and autonomy and all that. The reality is you need time, you need a whole lot of money, and you're going to need US cooperation for a transition period to get to become a more capable actor. You need all three of those things. None of that's going to happen anytime soon. Europe still remains dependent on the nuclear deterrent of the United States. Europe remains dependent on all sorts of conventional capabilities and enablers to do anything it wants to do. Vladimir Putin has control up and down the escalatory ladder in ways that Europe by itself simply doesn't. So back to Benjamin's point about which strategy you want to get into a strategy where he's in charge of the escalatory ladder and not you. Europe remains dependent on huge amounts of technology from the United States. And that's not going to change anytime soon. And it's become quite dependent now on US energy. And that's not going to change anytime soon. So, let's be real here. In order to get from here to where you want to be, you're going to need the US you need to work with the United States on this. Actually, this administration wants you to get there. And so rather than make it an anti-US thing, you want to say, out of your own interests, you want to have this more capable idea, and how can we work the US to help us get there and create then the realistic pathway that Marco Rubio has said to get from here to there. That would be, what I would suggest to start focusing on. What are your goals? And if instead of using the 2% benchmark or 5%, I think one needs to think about the outcomes, not the input. Money is just the input. It doesn't tell you what you get for your money. You can spend a lot more money really badly. And I don't see the political benchmark being what are the goals we want to achieve rather than how much money we're spending. And there's not much time left to set that up, because the NATO summit is going to be in a few weeks in June in The Hague. By that time, there will be a need to understand what is this realistic pathway. And I suggest that that's the time frame. If the German government's not even operational until May, and you have to get these things planned, you have a window of 3 or 4 weeks, frankly, to get organized on a more realistic plan. I think that's what's staring Europe in the face, is that time frame. So I would suggest a real focus. What can you do over the next number of years to be more capable realistically? How can you ask the United States to help you rather than make it anti-US, because then you're not going to achieve those goals? And what are the goals you're trying to achieve? Vis-a-vis Russia, we didn't mention all the crises in Europe South that are equal security challenges to many Southern Europeans. You're not going to have European consensus on anything if you don't agree Europe also has to be more capable dealing with its Southern security challenges. It's not all about Russia for a lot of European countries. And if you don't create that solidarity on security, you're not going to move forward. So let me leave it at that. But I think there are just, so many different issues here that we have to face. It's not only about Donald Trump, as I keep trying to say.
Martin, do you want perhaps to answer to that as well?
Sure, yeah. I think this is a point that we've faced already under the first Trump administration, whether we should try to connect the dots and to try to find meaning behind some of the decisions that are made by President Trump and by the administration, or whether it's sort of a pointless exercise because the way this president functions and the way the administration or the lack of administration is structured, it is not actually something that lends itself to a proper strategy, right? And you can hear very convincing argument that in the end, the president will do pretty much what the last person he talked to said, and it's all about flipping a coin, and what's the point, right? And I understand that. I still believe that there are what Dan mentioned as instincts. I think there are things that are a bit deeper than simply the mood of the day, that they will guide, because the truth is that Donald Trump is not someone who's appeared ex nihilo in 2015, but someone who's talked about politics and foreign policy for decades. And I think that we can use those sort of trends to not necessarily anticipate, but to guide our thinking of what may come next. I think that this is not sort of pure random decision making, but it is something that is the result of a certain vision of the world. On the point of what Europeans should do, and I think Ben already talked a lot about the sort of priorities now. My issue has more to do with the timeline. And it's this idea that we all agree we need to do more. We all agree there are a number of capability gaps that need to be filled. The problem is the time it takes to do so and the time you actually have in your political cycle to achieve this. We had a quick discussion over this during lunchtime. It's if you consider that you need 5 years to fill the capability gap on conventional weapons in case the US contribution to European security is massively reduced. Or you need 10 years to fill the intelligence or strategic gap to transition away from US support. And the US administration tells you, well, no, you have actually 18 months. Then it's a very different discussion, is what can we do now to fix the most urgent issues and accept that there will be a gap in the next 4 to 5 years before we can really step up. And this is the kind of discussion that think tankers and officials are already looking at, but that should be the next step for the European Union and for a number of European leaders to do a sequencing of our investment that directly answers the plan that we need to fill that gap quickly. As I said, it's less about sharing the burden and more about shifting it. So that, just to mention, my colleague Claudia Mayor on our GMF Berlin is looking at this sequencing and maybe looking at a European way of warfare. And I think this is pretty much the priority now.
Could I come in on that? Because Claudia is doing that. She's not alone. We actually published this report with DSI called Emerging Defense, Offsetting Competitive Strategies for Europe, which looks at exactly this issue. Simply put, if it takes too long, it's not what we need. We have to get ready for the world as it is, not as for our political timelines. And to Dan, I mean, honestly, no one in Europe is planning around that NATO summit. That's become largely irrelevant to our planning. The planning is driven by the threat. The planning is driven by our defense industrial issues. And this is where the problems with our defense industrial base really come to bite. Because if it takes 3 years to produce a César howitzer, and we're producing 8 per month, which is better than 2 per month, but it's still 8 per month. If a Panzerhaubitze 2000 and a Leopard 2A8 each take 3 years to produce, if they can be produced in only small numbers, and in fact are very difficult to repair in field, as we find out from Ukraine, again, they are not what we need. The focus has to be on what can we actually do to boost our combat power rapidly. And this, you will either see the good intention move, why I moved into this industry, or you will see this as salesmanship. But this is the drone wall. This is the massed use of loitering munitions. This is the kind of expendable mass precise firepower that is now available because of new technologies that we can actually push forward. That can be fielded fast, it can be fielded en masse and at cost. The cost of loitering munitions, say 26,000 per really smart drone versus 28 million for a Leopard tank, should tell you also something about the bang you get for your buck there. There is an issue that Dan pointed to about reliance on US capabilities and enablers, which is often talked about among European think tankers. But the problem is not as severe as Dan was making out, nor is it as severe as many European think tankers make out, because what it relies on is the assumption that we would try to fight like the US without the US. That would be really stupid to try and do that, to try and fill that gap. This is why Martin, Claudia, myself, others have all been talking about developing a European way of war, which requires doctrinal development, operational concept development, organization of forces development, for a lighter footprint, which also would help us with our military mobility issues. On enablers, we can actually get a lot of the enabler functions we need from commercially available satellite imagery. At a tactical level, we can get it from the emerging surveillance drones that can be, again, fielded quickly and en masse. We would not be able to replicate US capability in that kind of enabler, but we also don't need to. We're not trying to project power globally. We are trying to deal in the short and immediate term with a localized regional threat. We have one theater to deal with, and that is a great advantage that we have, which we should really exploit. In the broader global competition, which was mentioned as well, militarily, the US is not as strong as many people say it is, and that many Europeans think it is. And I say this as a lifelong transatlanticist, and the current events that have been going on are really very hard to deal with, but we have to face up to them. US calculations in the Pentagon for years have been that they would face a big struggle to actually contain China. To contain the kind, or to properly match and counter the anti-access area denial capabilities that China has built up would be a stretch for the US military. Doctrinally, the US military has lost its way. Europe has still been dependent on them for that too, but this is a chance to actually break free of that. I would slightly disagree with Hans-Dieter's point that the tariffs are only about markets, only about competition in key technologies. And the chips, yeah, but I think there's also an effort. No, but it's also about
Financing, tax reduction.
partly. I think there's an effort to drive production back onto US soil, which would fit with what I very much agree with what Martin said, that this is about spheres of influence and about retrenchment into those and this kind of world. And Hans-Dieter, you mentioned that makes Trump not a realist. We could argue he might be a real statist, but this is actually realism. This is imperial chauvinism, as realism always has been, not in the Raymond Aron sense for those in the room, but in the Anglo-American and German sense of realism. And we have to be able to deal with that.
Okay, as time is of essence, as Michael Link will then jump in as well, perhaps I'll give you the time to react as well on dependence, and then we'll open the floor for a couple of questions. Please, Hans-Dieter.
Yeah, two remarks on the what Dan Hamilton said about dependence on the United States. Yes, but you have to see that also in the light of the experience we made that the support is not reliable. What we experienced some weeks ago, that the US withdrew its essential support for the Ukraine in a moment of extreme vulnerability of the Ukraine. So we have to put this in context. And there's also a psychological twist to it. If you, like Germany, always try to hide behind the United States and behind the security guarantee, you tend, of course, to underrate your own capabilities. And I don't have to remind all the experts about the 400,000 euros that European states spend on defense, which would make it, after the United States, a second spender on arms, or the 1.5 million soldiers European states have. And on capabilities, sure, European sovereignty needs time. It's a matter of economies of scale. But for example, long-range weapons, the Taurus, there will be a debate on the Taurus in Germany in the coming weeks. I think the Taurus has a range of 500 kilometers. It has a deep and precise, it can strike deeply and precisely. It can destroy the bridge of Kerch. You have Scalp, you have other systems, you have the Gepard, which could replace somehow Patriot system in a developed versions. And of course, what really is the dependency is about is electronics and chips. I mean, a F-35 fighter operates in the cloud, which is American. This is a really dependency, but we should not underrate our own capabilities. That's just wanted.
Okay, so please, in the room, if you have questions, you may ask them directly to our panel. I see one there, Mathilde. Thank you.
I could hear you. Ms. Catherine Mantel, yeah, now it's working. I've been working in the banking field and the energy field for many years, and mainly on former Soviet Union. And there's one point which you have briefly addressed, which is economics and money. I'm sorry, you just addressed that quickly. Over the last weeks or so, basically the price of oil has collapsed significantly for both Russia and America. United States used to be a net importer of gas and oil. Now they're a net exporter. But again, the producers of shale oil or shale gas now are complaining that they cannot meet their production costs. And for me, this is one of the main issues, because being able to face all the threats you've been mentioning means you have a lot of money available to do that. And this is, so at the point in time, my question would be, isn't Trump modifying his behavior and his decisions because when he has seen the collapse of the stock markets, and mainly the collapse of the oil price? And that's also an issue for Putin. But basically, the meeting there, again.
Is there anybody, Ben?
Sure. It's a great point. And I think this is something we have to also consider alongside the military and defense field. We have to consider the economic competition we're in. We have to consider, again, what are the weaknesses we can play on with our adversaries? How do we inflict economic pain on Russia and impose economic cost on Russia? While also the other side of that coin is saying, how do we build our own economic strength? This was mentioned briefly this morning by Jan Tekau and others. We have to have the economic strength to be able to prevail if we are going to continue as a bastion of democratic values. Otherwise, there'll be nothing to pay for the defense, first of all, but there'll be nothing to actually make good on our promise that democracy is a materially as well as morally superior system. This is why I'm actually very encouraged to see that in Germany, there has not only been the whatever it takes defense spending pledge, but also the 500 billion euro infrastructure fund, which is a way to start dealing with Germany's long-standing structural economic issues. Many people in the room may know, but many around the world don't, that the value of German infrastructure has fallen by about 2/3 since the year 2000. This is quite a shocking state of affairs, and it is not one that helps you reboot your economy when, as incoming Chancellor Friedrich Merz has admitted, the German economic model is broken. Germany was the beneficiary of China shock number 1. It is the prime target and victim of China shock 2 that is coming. And you only have to look at the import-export statistics for cars, which still play an outsized role in both the German imagination as well as in the economy, to see how this would damage. So that kind of economic renewal, which again is a reason I would suggest to invest heavily in emerging technology of all kinds that would actually boost our innovation and our competitiveness, has to be at the heart of our strategy. Russia, as the Soviets in the Cold War, they can't compete with that. China can, so how do we compete with them, is then the question, economically as well as in military terms.
Okay, I think there are 2 questions. You have one, Tim, I think. So perhaps Mathilde, you can come over here.
My question is, we were talking a lot about the coalition of the willing, but there's another coalition of the willing, and I would say it's China, Russia, Iran, and also North Korea. We can see it, how they act together in Ukraine, and what connects them all together is the old mantra, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And if we look what they do with the global order, it's, from my point of view, they try to overstretch the US in order to create a new world order which will be more beneficial for them, especially in terms of hard power. So if we're talking about European security architecture, we have to keep the global world order, the rules-based order, as intact as possible. So what can we do to maybe help the US or to contain these actions, especially in a long-term view? Thank you very much.
Dan, do you want perhaps to reply to this? Or
yeah,
perhaps...
sorry, my microphone. Yes, well, I think we're, struggling with that. I think there are nuances in those 4 countries. Of course, each have their own goals here. I think one primary difference is that while China is supporting Russia and enabling it in its war, China is seeking a sort of a different order, an alternative order. But its order is still key for China. It wants order, it wants stability, it wants predictability. It doesn't want chaos. Whereas I think, frankly, Russia, North Korea, and Iran are disruptors. They aren't necessarily wedded to, a lot of predictability and rules and stability. So there are differences here in how each approach that. That leads to different conclusions, but one is that you don't just lump them together only. You look at what each goal is. I think the other point, though, is to show, I think some of the people have sort of alluded to this, I would just say it very directly, that, the security of the North Atlantic and the security of the Indo-Pacific are now strategically linked in very many different ways. And so while you have a debate in the Trump administration, I think Elbridge Colby, the Undersecretary of Defense, now represents that, to say Europeans should stick to their own knitting. We have to take on China. You have to free us up, basically, to do that. I think that's sort of where the current Trump folks are. Well, so what does that mean? It means, back to my point, is the U.S. is stretched, as I think was just said. It has commitments, treaty commitments in many parts of the world, especially Indo-Pacific and North Atlantic. And if there's a simultaneous war or crisis, it might not be available to Europeans in the way they've been accustomed to. And I realize the trust factor has made that even more of an issue now. So you couple that with the need for the Europeans to defend themselves against Russia, as has been said, and I insist that there are still security instabilities around Europe South. It's not a one theater war, frankly. You have to deal with lots of other kinds of security issues. That the goals that Europe should set for itself are to address that triangle. That is, help the US with its bandwidth issue, deal with Russia, and deal with security issues in the South. So your goals of building up your security strength would be take on the burden of defending and deterring against Russia. And what are the capabilities? Ben's mentioned a whole number of them to do that. Europe should be the first responder to crises in the South. First responder. What does that mean? Europe doesn't have capabilities to do that right now either. Still relies on the US Air Force to do a lot of things, or logistics, or intel. So even a European way of warfare is still going to rely on some of this for some time to come. I would think more about those types of things in terms of the goals, again, what it means for Europe, and then proceed from there. Thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, I think what's one of the challenges with the current administration is that you would expect the US to be on a sort of coalition building mission to answer pretty much what your question of how to have a coherent response to 3 different theaters and 4 different actors that are very different in many ways, but that can operate sort of as a coalition to some sort. But the policies that have been implemented so far or dictated so far do not help the coalition building. And in fact, we'll see how particularly the allies and partners of the US in the Indo-Pacific will react in the midterm to the tariffs that were imposed. So that's where I think for many Europeans, it's hard to know how to really react. And just a side note to the signal gate, and the mention by JD, like the anger of JD Vance towards Europeans. This is not again, this is something you could hear from mostly Republicans, but also Democrats before the Trump administration. Is why should the U.S. be the leader in protecting this route that primarily serves also European and Chinese economic interests, right? So you could hear that. But as a French, and I guess maybe as a Brit as well, it's interesting to hear the Americans want now the Europeans to take care of the Suez Canal. So we'll see if the history is sort of a big circle.
Okay, Benjamin, perhaps.
Yes, thanks. It's a great point about the alliance of convenience, call them as we wish, the axis of evil, the circle of jerks, whatever it is, but that are lining up against us. But they are, and they're effectively doing it because of the reason Dan said. I mean, they are, with the exception of China, they are disordering actors. China is a reordering actor that is looking to use that disordering to clear the field for its own ordering afterwards. But I think the real missing part of this is to, again, live up to our promise, actually, to make ourselves strong. And to Dan, I mean, it's in some way, I think you're theorizing about what the Trump administration actually is as well. I think you're offering us a particular vision which contradicts the one that Martin and I have put forward. But in many ways, the answer, whichever one it is the same. It is get stronger. It is actually be able to take care of our own business, take care of ourselves. If in the future the US comes back into alignment with our goals, then we will be better allies together for it. If it doesn't, we will be better able to look after ourselves and deter those threats from those disordering actors without it. If it is the case that actually doing that, so responding to that call, is something that distances us from the US, then it tells you there's a problem with the US looking at Europe, not the other way around. The point that was made about going into the South and dealing with crises there This is precisely the kind of thing that we need to have a serious strategic conversation about whether it's the kind of thing we continue to do. If we are dependent on the US to do that, but we cannot depend on the capabilities we need to do that, there is one question. The second thing is, if our priority is actually to get our own house in order, to give the credible hope of a better future, which is what sets democracies apart from their authoritarian counterparts, to give the credible hope of a better future to our citizens, economically, socially and culturally, but also to be able to defend ourselves, if that's actually our priority, then perhaps going on those kind of adventures abroad isn't what we should be doing anymore. On the flip side, understanding that we have an area which is not a sphere of influence, but is a sphere of integration, which is the democratic answer to imperial spheres of influence, then we need to think about how we best exercise influence in and exercise power, seriously put, in the neighborhood that would wish to integrate with us through their own voluntary choice. That means Ukraine first and foremost, but it also means Georgia, and it means other places that would wish to actually aspire to live in the kind of democratic societies which Europe still continues to be a bastion of.
I think this is a great conclusion. I'd like to thank our panelists. So for panelists, many thanks, Dan, also for joining us from the US. And I also like to thank the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung for the organization of this event. And I'd now like to welcome Isabelle Lasserre and Michael Link to the stage. Many thanks.
Thank you, Michel. You are the ex-coordinator of the transatlantic relationship from the previous government in Germany. My first question is, do you see any advantages to the Trump disruption for Europe?
Thank you very much. I'm still very impressed by the last panel I heard. So many things to think about. And in light of your question, well, disruption, if there's a strategy behind it, if there is knowledge of history, diplomacy, and the places you deal with behind it, that might be a good tactic, but it's certainly not a strategy. And it's very dangerous when it's combined with a personality who, on the one hand, likes to be disruptive, but on the other hand, has apparently no, let's say, is very susceptible and vulnerable for flattering. So he can be easily influenced. President Trump is a very interesting combination of a very, very tough opening in negotiations. Usually that works on the real estate market in New York City, absolutely. Maybe even in a situation in domestic politics. But when at the same time, you are easily being influenced by persons around you, sometimes by the last person who spoke to you, sometimes by people who simply like to flatter you and know to flatter you. So this combination of toughness and slightly being influenced is a very dangerous combination. So with the strategy behind it, it could make sense, but not like this.
Okay, but at least it could be a kind of a liberation for Europe, no?
Liberation.
I mean, not liberation, but real historical chance.
It's whatever we would like to see it. It's definitely a wake-up call that neither peace, nor alliances, nor architecture. I like the picture of architecture, which we heard in the beginning by Frédéric Petit sometimes, that nothing is forgiven and for granted forever. And in case that suddenly, despite having such an architecture in form of NATO, in the form of other institutions, when somebody from inside wants to demolish the architecture, for example, of NATO, then the architecture can be built and designed as strong as possible, but nobody is really safe from an attempt from inside. And that should be the lesson, that we, despite all our strategies and architectures, what we do, that we, in the end, it needs the political willingness really to be able to act and not to be dependent from somebody else who wants to destroy the existing security architecture.
Because of Trump, don't you think that some countries in Europe, even the whole Europe, will be tempted to jump in the arms of China and to reproduce all the mistakes that Europe has committed with Russia? Isn't it a big threat for us?
Well, apparently, when we see the polls in many countries, we see that there is a tendency in many of our countries that there is an increasing inclinedness for authoritarian leadership. Also in my own country, in Germany. Look to the results which we have from AfD, but also from the Linke. The Linke is a little bit treated a little bit too cozy by the media in Germany, I think. Well, it's a party which is very much playing into the hands of Putin and in many ways. Of course, also simply denying the character of GDR as a dictatorship. So there is a tendency of a lot of people, indeed, to be inclined to follow a certain approach of huge players like Russia and China, to give them leeway. And that is very dangerous, because this, indeed, we had it before, is definitely the end of multilateralism. And it's the triumph for those factors, for those powers who anyway wanted to go that way. Whether that means they like China is a different thing, but definitely this tendency plays into the hands of China. And this is, I think, what we need to understand, that China, with a very soft and long-time approach, is very successful right now in so many parts of the world. In Europe, partially, look to Belgrade, Chinese police officers patrolling the streets. In other countries, Hungary, etc., let alone Latin America or Africa, where Trump's approach to Latin America is openly pushing a lot of regimes, and not only regimes, but democracies, into the arms of more cooperation with China.
What is the mood today in Germany? Because, I mean, Germany has lost two big, economical players. The first was Russia, and now the second is partly China, and now Germany is losing its best security and political provider. Is it harder to cope with the Trump problem in Germany than it is in France?
Very good question. It definitely was very difficult in the beginning with Putin, because we have so many, as we call it in German, Putin-Versteher, people who like to understand and explain why Putin should be given some privileges we would never give to anybody else, let alone the Americans. So I'm maybe the wrong person to ask, because I was fighting Nord Stream since the very beginning. I was fighting Nord Stream and this dependency of our economy from in many parts, take manufacturing, from their investments in Russia since the very beginning. But we had to learn it the hard way. We had to learn it the hard way, and at least, and I give credit to the Social Democrats that most of them, not all of them, most of them have really understood that it's dangerous to rely on Russia. Especially it's dangerous to rely on Putin. Don't get me wrong. I have studied Russian. I love the Russian culture, the Russian language. But for the time being, and deeply rooted, this regime of Putin is very deeply rooted. So that was difficult. But now, with China, we are so extremely exposed economically, even more so. We had it was mentioned in the last panel, we are so extremely exposed, our economy is so extremely exposed to China, that we are very vulnerable. So that really makes me a lot of headaches. And here, our former chancellor went exactly the wrong way. He increased investment in China. He was proudly coming back from his last trip to China with 12 CEOs behind him. And everyone saying, I also have a new plan, I have a new deal, I have a new deal. Merck, BASF, and many others. I don't think that is a sustainable way to act, because it is obvious if you study and examine the way how the Chinese Communist Party is leading the country, that we are here only short-term winners, but long-term losers in China's race to be the norm setter of the 21st century.
Donald Trump has succeeded for Europe what Vladimir Putin didn't succeed, to awake Europe. So today everybody is willing to increase the production, to fight, to invest more and more. I mean, are you afraid that it can, disappear in 2 years after the midterm elections, or if some European countries don't follow the rhythm? I mean, are you afraid of that, or are you very confident of the willingness and the capacity of the Europeans to get this challenge?
I think that we, first of all, we can only come into the, let's say, winning mode is the wrong word, but I think you know what I mean, in a way where we can make the best of the situation if we stop only to sit and wait what he does next. He is somebody who is, we have discussed all that, he's transactional, etc., etc., etc. But sometimes we are sitting there watching CNN or Fox News or whatever news outlet. What is the next thing he brings? And when does he contradict himself and so on? It's very important that we understand that we need to become in an active mode. And here, indeed, I think that the EU has already showed some progress, but we would need much more. For example, we heard in the last panel a lot of things about Benjamin Tellers was talking about that we need to invest more in modern contemporary warfare and procurement, I would add. For example, we could, without a lot of cost, by the way, it's not only about money, we could create a European DARPA. So something like that. One of the most successful things the US have, how they do their procurement. A real European DARPA, the beginnings, General Laurent, are made in Brussels, but we will need more there. But that means that member states, including France, including Germany, and that will be difficult, have to give up sovereignty in important areas. Unless we are not ready to do that, we will certainly not be up to the moment. Not only France and Germany. But I mentioned the two of them because we are le franco-allemand, vous savez.
So the franco-allemand is back?
Alors, j'espère bien. Hein? Je l'espère bien.
According to you, until where Trump can go by retreating from Europe? Do you believe he can put out all the American soldiers? Can he go until putting out nuclear arms? Where do you think it can go?
I don't want to shock you, but one thing I learned in these 2.5 years as Transatlantic coordinator, going to very interesting conferences like CPAC and to a lot of Republican governors and senators and trying to be as close as possible to understand what is in that MAGA universe. I think what is very clear is that he will always push the limits, even in areas where we cannot imagine that. And it already happened. Even I could not imagine that he would go so far in such a contradictory way immediately after being elected with a tariff issue, by the way, and opening every week a new, let's say, chantier, opening every week a new thing. Now, in addition to everything else, he opened negotiations with Iran, led by the same person, by the way, Steve Witkoff, who is a prominent and famous diplomat for solving things. No, again, we see very, very, very clearly that when we think about predictability of his, it's very, very difficult. But therefore, we need to prepare for, indeed, that he will push all the limits internally, as he does with the third term, with the judiciary, with some other areas of checks and balances, trying to cut the powers of the legislative branch of government. According to the US Constitution, he's only the executive branch of government, but he tries to be more and more legislative as well. And he will also, I'm afraid, try to push the limits also inside NATO. I don't think he will leave NATO. He will stay inside and make trouble. Not because he does want to completely destroy NATO, but he really likes, we heard it, that he's in our heads, and in the end, that he is dictating the conditions. The only way out is being active ourselves.
So is a NATO without the United States possible today?
A NATO without the United States, I don't want to imagine that. This morning we heard from General Laurent, very, very difficult. But he already gave the answer. Let's try to make more use of the European pillar of NATO. I'm very thankful that you mentioned so often UK, Norway, Canada. Canada was also part of my dossier, very often going there and look at that. I mean, the Canadian Liberals, our partners there of my party, suddenly they have a chance to win the elections again. I don't think so that would happen without Trump. Sometimes you need to reflect and again, what's at stake. At stake, if we would have a NATO completely without the US, I don't want to imagine that. But we need, whether we want it or not, to be prepared for this 2, 3, 4 next years, nobody knows how long, where the US will apparently not be a constructive player in NATO. And here the Germans have to wake up also. We had a lot of discussions also ahead of the elections, and I hope that Friedrich Merz will go that way. There's a huge, enormous moment of the strategic opportunity with a discussion in France about the European pillar of NATO. What Macron talks about the European pillar of NATO, that is exactly, I think, the landing ground, what we need to strengthen. Because if we don't think in terms of those who are ready and willing and capable to act, and that is not all EU members, and that is not all NATO members, but it's a lot of them. And they, as a coalition of the willing, if they can go ahead in a structurized way, that would be great. But we have to do it in a way that at the same time, we don't lose NATO as an institution and we don't lose the EU as an institution. Quite tricky. Sort of, I use it in my words, we need to preserve the EU at 27, but we need a certain add-on in military and diplomacy terms for those who are ready to go further. The Austrians, the Cypriots, and the Maltese will not go that way, let alone the Hungarians. But the Finns, the Swedes, look to the fantastic input we get from the Baltic states and from Finland and Sweden right now in the EU and in NATO. I think we should listen more to our Nordic and Baltic partners and to the Central Europeans. I think that would be a good way. And I welcome very much, and this is, I think, a very strong step by President Macron, that he was able really also to review his own position regarding Central and Eastern Europe.
And he reviewed also his position regarding Russia.
Yes, but
no, this was a comment.
Yes,
you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
At least he reacts when he sees. Come on, how often have we been surprised when suddenly there was a phone call from our meeting announced between Paris and Moscow? But in the end, he reacted on the sheer violence and aggressiveness which we have seen from Putin's side, with a very documented willingness to ignore every written treaty and every agreement. And I think this is important to see. And as a German, who am I to judge on France, on President Macron, where we made so many mistakes ourselves with Nord Stream, etc.
Do you believe in a force of European troops within Ukraine? Do you think it will be viable? Do you think the idea, which was launched at the beginning by Macron, will survive, or do you think it's already dead?
Very difficult. I heard the arguments pro and con here. I think it's especially important that we don't take off the table the membership issue of Ukraine for EU and NATO. Very often we only talk about NATO, but it should be also said that there should be a membership perspective for Ukraine in NATO and as well for Georgia, etc. But the question whether we should send soldiers there should be a function of the real strategic situation. I think the answer, the important answer would be the other way around. We should not take it off the table, as Scholz did it with Taurus, as Scholz did it with sending German troops. Scholz was a master in saying what Germany will not do. In energy policy, no nuclear. When it came to Ukraine, all these things, that was perfect for Putin because it was an easy gamble for him. He could easily predict the next steps, and whenever he tried to test Germany's willingness to react, when he became more aggressive, remember the fact when he further escalated the war again and again and again, never any serious reaction was coming from Germany, quite the other way around. First, we said no weapons, then we did say the weapons. Then we said no tanks, then we did say tanks. In the end, what would have really helped, the precision missiles of Taurus have been never sent. If Friedrich Merz has the willingness and the readiness effectively to send it, that would really be an exclamation mark in a situation where maybe even in the White House, people would say, aha, something has changed in Berlin.
Each time Trump is trying to make a deal with a country, it doesn't work. In 2019, it didn't work with North Korea. For the moment, it didn't work with Putin. We'll see if it's going to work with Iran, but it's not sure. In these conditions, my first question is, why? Is it only the method which doesn't work?
Well, he has a certain fondness, let me put it very carefully, a very fondness of people I would call a dictator. Yeah. But apparently he is fascinated by these guys. When I was at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, 4 days, very, very interesting, extremely interesting. And I don't say that with cynical or so, since it's not 100% MAGA, there were also a lot of other guys. When I was there, Trump all the time in his two speeches, he all the time praised Kim Jong-un, of all people. Kim Jong-il, yeah. The son, sorry. I'm mixing, sorry, my mistake. But he was really praising them, yeah. He has a certain fascination, whereas whenever it's about allies, he treads on them, he yells on them, and he has a lot of disdain for allies. Well, that is something we need to understand, but apparently that's what I wanted to say with my remark regarding flattering and he's easily to be influenced. Apparently he has a very, very weak spot when it comes to these guys. Psychologically, that is interesting, and that plays into their hands when it's about the deals. For Kim, that was the meeting in Singapore was fantastic. He was back on the stage, on the world stage. He had enough time to build enough nuclear weapons. And when finally, probably it was John Bolton or somebody else in the first administration, Trump administration, we had still some adults in the room, among them John Bolton. And when they, at the second meeting with Kim in Hanoi, at the famous meeting, when suddenly Trump, under the pressure of his good advisors, he was more tough than on Kim and wanted to really insisted on the word denuclearization, then Kim simply left. But he had already won, because he now has so many nuclear weapons that he is basically untouchable.
Do you believe that it will be the same story with Iran?
Oh, this is the million-dollar question. Since I think that the Iranians are extremely talented negotiators. Certainly, he's not fascinated by Khamenei, but he is fascinated by the fact, in a way, that there is somebody who has a certain regional influence, he is in these negotiations very, very much in close touch with Netanyahu. I don't think that they completely agree on the negotiation line there, but we are still in the very, very beginning. I would say it might end where the talks with Russia ended on Ukraine, that nothing really serious materializes. Nevertheless, these sort of negotiations play into the hand of the Russians, for example, because they can buy time, they can learn experiences, and they have a perfectly around Putin learning system of how to deal with the different partners and negotiation partners. And what people like Trump sometimes underestimate or don't understand is, when you sit down with Putin, he doesn't sit down with you to negotiate. He sits down with you to find your weak spot. It's not negotiation. It is tactics. If Putin was really willing to find an agreement, he would certainly not, on the very day that Witkoff is there, or on the day after, bomb Sumy in a way which you have probably all seen the terrible pictures from Sumy the last days. This is obviously not the language of somebody who wants to negotiate. It's the language of somebody who thinks and who knows that the time is playing into his hands.
In this context of failed negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, how do you see the end of the story? I mean, on a middle term with Ukraine, do you think it's going to go like that, to be going like that for how long?
As the ones who don't have to suffer the consequences on the spot, it's still relatively easy for us to speak about that. But the grim and dire and terrible situation on the spot makes me hope that it is not going on forever, because too many people already have died. But it would be extremely important that indeed we increase the number of far-ranging, precise missiles, for example, and other things to the Ukrainians, in order to show the Russians that they cannot win that on the battlefield. Still, Putin thinks, he's convinced that he can win this war on the battlefield. As long as he thinks that, he will continue. He will never be ready for a peace. But what I say is not a guarantee, absolutely not. But the other way around, it works. Right now, Putin knows that our let's say our willingness to really persist there can easily end. He knows that we have elections. Nobody knows what happens in the next French elections, in the next German elections. They seem to be far away. Yes, let's guess they are 4 years away, but nobody knows what happens with AfD. Putin buys time. Very long term, he's ruining Russia, but short and midterm time works into his hands.
One more question, or because I think he has to. Okay, so my last question: what role do you see for Poland in the club of the countries which are going to count on the European scene in the coming years, with the UK and France and Germany? What kind of specific role do you see for Poland?
Well, as a huge fan of the Weimar Triangle, of course, I could now praise a lot of the achievements of this format. But even in Poland, you see it's very narrow. You can see that Kaczynski and his Peace Party, that they are polling still quite well, and not only him, also other extreme right-wing, extremely radical conservative parties. So if we don't seize the moment, where still we have constructive governments in these countries, then this moment could soon be over. That France, Germany, and Poland, but hopefully also together with Finland, with the Baltic countries. I would like also to say, hopefully also with a lot more European countries, can push forward agendas. I think we should have the courage, especially French and Germans, also to give countries like Poland and Finland more ownership in the EU and in NATO. Ideas, we don't have a patent for ideas, French and Germans. To say that in IFRI is c'est courageux, peut-être, mais you understand what I want to say. If we really want the success of Europe and mean it serious what we have here on our badges, then of course we need to understand that others need also have to have ownership in Europe. And it's not forbidden also to follow a good idea from Poland or from London, if I may say so. I very much hope for the new UK-EU defense agreement. It's crucial. It's absolutely crucial. These sort of things, these sort of steps, they might make an impression in the White House. Whether that's enough to impress that he maybe behaves more constructive, I don't know. But as long as we don't even try to do that, we certainly waste this opportunity. So you don't see me pessimistic, but let's say the dangers for the liberal Western democratic model are certainly increasing. And what unfortunately Trump and all these MAGA think tank guys don't understand is that China is not a Pacific challenge. China is a global challenge. Look to what China is doing in Africa. Look to what China is doing in Latin America, and in Europe as well. So if Russia wins in Ukraine, China wins too.
So if I understood you well, I mean, your message, your final message is it's now or never. Do you agree with that? For Europe?
Yeah, it's now or never, given the incumbent, given the persons in the US, and he will stay for 4 years. Yeah? I mean, that's quite a long time. Yeah? For how long is he in office? We think, oh, it's years, it's years, it's years. It's not even 100 days. And he's speaking about a third term. He will push the limits. You remember what I say. He will try to do it. Whether he succeeds or not, I don't think so, because changing the constitution in the US, but so many things happened what nobody of us could imagine before. So better prepare for the worst in this case. And at least until the midterm elections, he will be very, very, very strong. The next midterm elections, remember, is for the foreseeable future, the last time he can more or less dictate and influence the primaries. And that is what made him strong. He influenced and handpicked a lot of candidates in the primaries, where he put a lot of so-called libertarians, but de facto people who are more or less authoritarian. Sometimes from libertarianism to authoritarianism is only a small step if you push it too far. And the real libertarians like Rand Paul, he sidelined them totally.
Thank you very much, Michel. Thank you.
Merci Isabelle. Merci.
Thank you very much for coming, and we will see you soon at IFRI. Thank you very much, Michel.